and welcome as we return to the mysterious world of Narendria. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yep, here we are, a bunch of weird people who congregate on the internet somehow, and we're going to play Dungeons and Dragons.
We're not that weird, or we're pretty weird, yeah.
You're the weirdest.
That's
There
true.
are no dungeons, there are no dragons, we're playing anyway.
I will make Dungeons and Dragons at some point.
Not even the
Thank you,
table,
Rita.
there is the magic of the internet.
Rita, why?
Rita, how?
Rita, how are you?
Rita, when?
We don't
Never,
know.
never provided DM with ammunition.
Too late.
Ammunition? If only you guys had done something like that. But yes, we come back to our lovely little group after their misadventure last week. Hopefully we're not going to be doing quite as long a session. That was a bit of a marathon for everyone involved.
Why, I couldn't possibly keep up that long.
It was much
Yes.
fun.
And
Yes.
some
if we
people
play
might
for
be...
4 hours, I might just fall asleep on my desk.
I think I died 2 weeks ago.
Well, welcome to your resurrection.
Thank you.
Yes, and some of our group is a little tired because they were up all late last night playing Black Books.
That is not the reason.
That is not the but it's part of the reason. It was a fun
No. We should say the main reason is that
Nope.
we spent all
Nope.
morning.
Nope. It's fine.
Anyhow, so either way, last week we did the group party did successfully defeat, well, the person they believe to be Marmon. Whether or not that is the case, only the DM truly knows. And
DM doesn't kiss and tell.
no, well, I kiss sometimes, but I definitely don't tell. Yes. So as we
Kiss and tell your mother with that mouth.
I
You
mean,
done, Rita?
that's weird.
Okay.
Weird statement there, Rita. But either way, as we return to our mystical world of Narendria, the party has just finished bringing back the Wesley and Gromdar, who had gone down the cliff to
What?
Wesley and
Confirm a kill.
Gromdar, who had gone down the cliff to bring back up Marmon's body.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
I specifically wanted to say something before they got back up, but never mind then.
Okay, fine. They are bringing up the body. Then, what would Beric like to say?
I would like to take Talon and Violet apart.
Last I checked, you
away
were
from the
using a
edge.
rope to assist them on escorting Marmon's body up the cliff. So, are you
I
letting
tied
them fall?
I threw a rope and tied it to one of the rocks or whatever.
But you're not pulling them up with their dead weight of this fallen crime lord.
Rude.
Okay, fine. I'll have this conversation on the boat later.
Yeah.
Or if he wants to
Can't be
talk
that
to,
important.
if he wants to talk to Violet, Talon will very happily help them up.
The strongest party member.
Yep. Poor Talon, like sort of
No,
pulls and falls
I
off
will.
the side.
I will help carry them up.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
All right. So yes, you haul upon the ropes, assisting them in hauling up the literal dead weight of Marmon. And as you gather the various criminals together and search the room, you discover a multitude of different treasures, a selection of gold and silver and copper, which has been noted in the loot table in the Discord chat, as well as some of these odd drugs, this surge, which you had been told about a few times, both in a smokable and a slappable format. Now, along with that, you also, using the arcane powers of Violet, Wesley, and indeed, well, Violet and Wesley mostly, I suppose, because they're the arcane ones. You discovered the sword, which Marmon had been utilizing in the battle, a great sword of strange shape. It was long and it curved slightly towards the end, almost like a saber, but elongated somewhat.
Like a falchion?
A long falchion. A falchion is generally a one-handed sword, so this is quite a great sword.
Great
style.
sword.
The great curved sword, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
but you discovered it had mystical properties, the ability to infuse its attacks with elemental energy.
And do a cool spinning attack.
Not as much discovered as felt it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Violet sort of went, I'm pretty sure this is electrical. Psst. Yep, fairly confident. Yep.
Well, I actually went down to it, so yeah.
Yeah. The unfortunate.
Okay, Wesley wants to do a thing. Is there like a table and a chair in the cave?
Yes, inside the cave, there is indeed a table and chair. Do you
Alright,
want to bring
Wesley
it out, or
will-
are you taking it in?
Wesley will gather like all of the gold, and he'll start to divide it.
Really, this is the place?
It's
First.
Okay.
Yeah. First, he'll divide it by by 3.
Okay.
Then he'll gather 2/3 together and divide that by 5, and the other third also by 5.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
So you split it into 3, and then you split 2/3 of that into fifths, and
Yep.
the other third of that into fifths. Okay.
Yep. And then he'll.
You're all watching
share
him
it.
do this, by the way. If you have any questions to ask him whilst he's in the process.
No, I actually, I'm eyeing the sword.
Okay.
So is Talon, to be fair. He kind of. That's
Oh,
cool.
okay. You can also determine what exactly it does. Then I don't have an issue.
Yeah, Talon will sit down with it if there's some questions to its properties. He will sit down and have a go with it.
I mean, I think that requires an identify, but.
Well, it's going to be detect magic for Talon.
Yeah. So
Oh,
as you look
I
at
can
it,
identify it.
as you're working on identifying it, Talon, you believe that it is blue and metallic.
Okay.
A little
I
bit
try
sour as well.
identify it then.
Ooh.
Doesn't identify require like a pearl?
Well, I mean, you could ask Violet what she's doing. She has got an object in her hands while she is performing the spell.
Are you casting
Hold
magic
on.
on the sword, Violet?
Yep, it's all magic and spooky.
I know magic.
Do you?
Well, this gives me
She's
great
gonna look at
strength
the
through
sword
magic.
on your hip.
Have you not seen me cast the blessings of Foltis on my allies, including
Oh, that
you?
was magic. I didn't realize that.
Ah, no. See, my radiant smile makes people stronger and faster just by existing. Yes, that was magic.
Good for you.
Violet, be careful. That is sour.
Excuse me?
The sword is sour.
The sword is. Why did you lick it?
I didn't lick it.
Is sour.
The magic is sour.
That's
Okay,
not
is
a
that
type
one
of
of the
magic.
Kazech quirks? What does that mean?
Dangerous.
Dangerous. Fair enough. I'll sit down for 11 minutes and try identifying it.
Yes, and after you successfully manage to identify, during this time Wesley is calculating his various the various sums. It does take a little bit of time to split the
Should I be
gold.
counting it, or are you?
I'm going to allow you to do the calculations, Wiz, and then
Great.
I'll see if they reflect my calculations afterwards.
Oh boy.
Mostly because I'm busy running the game. But yes,
Fair.
it is a magical sword. It's a pretty low-level enchantment, you know, sort of something that your average first or second level tinkerer would be able to do. But yes, effectively, twice a day you can utilize a bonus action to activate the sword, which will channel elemental energy into it. And effectively, but it is a random elemental energy. You have to roll a die to figure out which element the sword has added to it as a d6, and that lasts for 10 turns.
And that's a bonus action?
It's a bonus action to initiate it, yes.
Bonus action twice a day, random element,
Yeah,
and 10 turns.
the specifics of it are in the loot page again.
Oh, okay. Fair.
So
Cool.
I have a question about the drugs, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
What is the Templars? As in, is Surge known in Larendros?
Yes, it's it depending upon where you are in Lorendros is sort of how legal it is, I suppose would be the term.
Okay, so it's nothing new. It's nothing they want back sample of the study. It's basically a case of if you find it, burn it.
Generally, yes. It's a bit of a scourge. But equally, there are certain nations that you're aware of where their soldiers are given it to enhance them in battle.
Fair enough.
Might I suggest on the destroying the drugs front, because once Talon has explained to him what this stuff does, he's just like, that's horrible. He would suggest, let's just throw it in the ocean, that's quicker. Also, if you...
No. If you throw it in the ocean, it'll dissolve and kill a bunch of fish.
We can burn it.
Why are we burning it? It's smokable. That's just gonna create a problem.
We'll burn it from a distance.
You trying to get rid of drugs? Let's just sell them.
No, I have
Pilots,
nothing
usually
against drugs in general, but this is a highly addictive substance used to enslave people.
Pilots, usually I would agree with you, but have you seen what it did to Artie?
Again, I was kidding, but I guess nobody can tell.
No, we can't. Not with Violet.
No.
Oh, my apologies, Violet. I didn't know you were making a jest. Ha! Very funny.
Wild is just gonna squint very carefully at Barrick because he acts rather weird for Barrick. And Barrick is already weird. Something on your mind?
Yes, but we'll speak about it later.
Oh, good.
Let's get back to the ship first.
Okay, so are you attempting to burn the drugs up here?
There are braziers, and unlike with a pipe, I assume the concentration of smoke won't be big enough to affect us if we step back quickly.
May I suggest holding hands and having a good time?
No.
Yeah, you have all the necessary tools. You can pile them up, and you have like spells along the lines of create bonfire and firebolt, which at a stationary object, it's fairly easy to just set it on fire.
Yeah, I could create a bonfire.
So yes, it is interesting as it burns. It's not like the smoke that it gives off has this odd purplish sparkle to it that morphs into a green as it goes through. It sort of twists between purple and green, or almost like it's covered in the smoke itself is full of glitter.
It's
Are drugs magical in nature?
I mean, you're aware that drugs can have a magical nature.
This is octarine smoke, so...
I will look at it with magic sight. Is there anything magical going on with detect magic?
With detect magic, as it burns, you are noticing. So it's only in the it's in the highest concentration is in the actual smoke.
Yeah.
But yes, as it burns, it's a bit far away from you. So all you're really getting is a blue color from it.
Okay.
So yes, you guys finish burning up this stuff. Wesley, have you managed to separate out the gold?
It's hard,
No, really?
Is it hard?
Hold on.
Why did you sit down in the middle of a random ass cave and started doing it?
5.
So we've
Okay,
discovered
so I've
that-
got
Yep.
30.53 gold each of the people here gathered. 61.2 silver pieces.
Wesley, does that include a share for the crew?
So what Wesley is doing, he's splitting it, the 2/3, he's dividing by the people here, towards the people here, and the 1/3 he is dividing to hand out to the crew.
I mean, that's close to what I would have done. So sure.
Okay, so effectively, gold-wise, you're adding up all the gold that you currently see. You're dividing that by 3, which it comes unfortunately to 76.3 recurring. Now, bear in mind that these are fixed pieces of gold which don't magically turn into silver. What you're winding up there with is effectively, you're effectively winding up with
One slightly bigger pile.
Yeah, one pile of 77 and 2 piles of 76, effectively. Sorry,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, 1 pile of 77, 2 piles of 76. Okay, so you've got... And if you're combining the 2/3 together, I'd assume you'd combine the 76s. So effectively that becomes... I really wish you told me you're going to be doing this maths at the start of the session.
Sorry.
Like a week ago.
Sorry.
If only you had 2 weeks to plan this.
If only.
All right. Okay, right. So that's that. And then you're dividing both of those numbers by 5.
Yep.
Okay, right. Which again does not come up to an even number. Because, life in general. So basically, 2 people. So from the first division of 5, there would be 2 people getting 16 and 3 people getting 15 gold. You know what? How about, for now, we'll table this as party loot and we'll do it in downtime.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
what I said.
That's what I thought we were
Okay,
going to do.
so
Yeah.
anyway,
Between these
the
last 2 weeks.
takeaway from this is that Wesley will take the share for the crew, the 1/3, and put it into smaller bags.
Okay, so basically you divide it into 2/3 and 1/3. 2/3 for everyone here, 1/3 for the crew. Now, but when
And
you say
he'll
1/3
already prepare bags and
when you say 1/3 for the crew, out of interest, are you talking about just the people on the boat, or are you talking about you as well again?
the people on the boat.
Just people on the boat. Okay, right. You will see Wesley
Did-
dividing this money, and he has not explained to any of you what he's doing with it.
Yep.
Yeah. Wesley, how are you splitting that money?
Is this important right now?
2/3
just-
of this pile of gold will go to us, and 1/3 will go to the crew.
While
also-
I am happy to do 2 shares for the, quote unquote officers and 1 share for the sailors, is that the best way to do that? In dividing them
this-
first and then dividing them again?
Is this
that
the
the
best
best way to
time
map it?
the halfling that might have been mastermind of this thing took a boat and ran away, perhaps on our boat, and maybe he's taken over right now?
We should get back, I think
we
is
should
what
get
she's
back.
saying, and I agree.
Alright. Well, final thing I want to say, we got these gems here. I suggest we create ship's coffers and add these to them.
Wesley.
And use that to pay for repairs, for passages, for docking fees, whatever.
Again, not
What do
This
you
is
think?
fine. However, walk and talk. We need to get
1,
back to the
not
boat.
here.
Fine.
2,
Let's go.
the gems are over, there's most of the money. And gems are legal tender in many places. I don't think we should just put all of them in a chest, I say as I walk
We should
away.
do that for now.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Is that fine?
Let's go.
Like I said, we will decide on the shares later. Let's go.
Okay, quick question.
Mhm.
Are you taking all the bandits' armor and armaments?
Can I basically what the info you gave us, it's everything on them. We cannot look more carefully. They need amulets or any trinkets or
They
anything.
might have had a few trinkets or something, but nothing sort of right hung about. Like a few of them might have had a few medallions dedicated to various gods. Some of them might have had trophies, like a wolf tooth or something on those lines.
I'm looking for
Can I-
something cool that a kid would enjoy.
Something cool that a kid would enjoy.
Yeah.
So
I consider a knife.
roll me a D100.
I already gave her a knife.
Yes, you did, actually.
100.
The only thing Talon is going to take in that regard is the dog collars. He has a plan.
Yep, so you're taking the dog collars?
I might take the longbow, actually.
I rolled a 10.
I mean, can we take everything if we like?
You'd have
Carry it all
to,
together.
like, I mean, this is something where you'd have to, like, it would take a while to strip everyone of their armor and the like, and then you'd have to find something to carry it in.
Isn't that what we were doing in the 10 minutes that Violet was casting that spell?
Well, A, you didn't specify you were doing that, and B, what are you planning on? B,
okay.
When I say A, there's normally a B following it, reader, so give me a chance to finish. What are you going to carry it in?
Okay.
Did Violet tell us about the space hidden away inside the rocks?
Yeah, that's quite clear, actually. The door's been opened.
Any barrels or bags we can find in there?
Did I see any barrels below?
There weren't any barrels, per se. There
was
some
a chest,
sacks,
right?
and there was a chest.
But we looted that already, no?
Yeah, but can we put the armor and the weapons in the chest, and I'll carry the chest?
Have you ever carried a chest? Okay, you can
It would
try.
definitely take 2 people to carry the chest. It's
I could help carry it with Barrack.
Yeah, I could also help carry.
Okay, I'd say...
More than 2 people seems awkward.
No, 2 people is what you need. Could you choose amongst the people who are packing the chests for somebody to roll a sleight of hand check for how well you pack things? Violet, regarding you... So what did you roll on your D100?
I rolled it and it was 10.
10, excellent. Okay, as you're going around, you're looking at a few things. You do find sort of secreted in the boot of one of the bandits. Looks to be one of the scimitar wielders. This interesting looking sort of metallic square. And it's got a lid and a button on it. And if you lift the lid and you depress the button, a small flame appears.
Like a lighter?
Like a lighter.
Oh no! Yeah, I'll take it.
Fair enough. How did that sleight of hand check go, guys?
Wesley,
Not well.
Wesley tried, and he rolled a 5.
What?
I thought we were going to talk about it.
I didn't
but
do anything.
He just rolled.
Yeah, by the way,
Oh, you
Rita.
mean Talon. Sorry, I meant Talon.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see Grumdar had already rolled.
Okay, so it was with advantage because there were multiples of you. So yes, you do manage to sort of stuff this stuff in the chest, but the chest is somewhat bulging at the seams now. So you can't quite close it back to how it was. So you kind of got the lid of the chest over and you've tied the chest shut, but it is still bulging. But you have been able to stuff everything in there. It did take about 20 minutes to do all of that, by the way. It's not you got to strip everyone out of their armor. You've got to pack the armor. You've got to be, and so I think all in all, since the end of the battle, it's been about half an hour since you have been up here.
May I intelligence something?
Depends on what it is.
Okay, so presumably I found something that's like a lighter.
Yes.
Is that a good idea to give a kid that just escaped a drug addiction something that was maybe a part of a drug ritual?
I'd say it's a wisdom check more than an intelligence check.
Okay. Yeah. I hope DC is not too high because 18.
Yeah, you kind of think, maybe not.
Right.
Do you want to? With that 10, I'd say that you find also a shark tooth necklace.
Yeah, that's probably better.
Okay. All right. So
I still get the lighter, right?
Yeah, you still get the lighter.
Okay.
And that's going to become your trinket.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
I take it once everything's all packed up and you think you've done the best you can, you're going to start wandering back down the cliffside?
Yep.
Okay. Who's in the lead?
I mean,
Wesley will go.
we're carrying the chest, so I don't
Okay.
think that's a good person in the lead.
Yeah, Wesley will go ahead.
I'm gonna walk near Wesley and say, "You heard me about this halfling, right?"
But what do you want to do? We're all wounded. We're all spent.
I'm just saying, keep your guard up.
I
That
am
is a-
worried that we didn't find the kids hidden here.
Yes, me too.
He did. We were told that the kids were kept somewhere separately, and this is where Aya was brought for a holiday. We figured out that much, I think.
Are
Right.
you also near us? Or are you...
Well, we're all going together. I'm assuming that
No,
we're all
Wesley
together.
is in front, so I went ahead to him to talk to him.
Well, I'm not carrying a chest, so I'm just.
Okay, fine.
Talon is just there.
Is anyone carrying any light?
I can see
I
in the
don't need
dark,
any
so I
lights,
don't need
but
to.
if you want, I can cast light on the chest.
Talon will be holding a light because he cannot see in the dark.
I will cast
Right.
light on the chest. The chest will be luminous.
Okay.
He'll also light
Is that a good
spell.
idea?
Well, it's either that or Talon falls off the cliff somewhere along the line.
It's the only thing. It needs to be something I'm touching, and we're not putting the chest down, so it has to be the chest.
Okay. And what are you lighting up, Tongue?
It will be the Riven Rock, the arcane focus.
All right. So so you've got a giant glowing chest and a small glowing rock. As you walk down the cliffside.
Yep.
I'm just going to make a few rolls for no reason over here in the corner.
Yeah, not at all. No reasons.
No reason at all. Also, somewhere before we left, can I cast Cure Wounds? Can Talon cast Cure Wounds on himself because he's currently on 1 hit point?
You certainly can.
Thank you.
Right, just make a roll.
So that is.
We could have just taken a short rest because it was like we sat there like 20 minutes.
You were doing
Or
pretty
it's an
active
hour.
stuff.
Yeah,
But Talon wasn't really.
I was.
So you want to sit there for
Okay.
40
He
minutes?
was
Is that what
helping
you're
the
saying?
stripping of bodies and the like.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think I cast level
If
2
you've
now.
ever had to undress a corpse, it is actually quite an an exhausting process.
Cool.
How the hell has this worked out?
Well, you appear to cast it at 2nd level.
Yeah, that's what it should have been. So is that 8 total or 16 total, lad?
It's 16 total.
16 total, okay.
Yeah. When you do a high level cast, it just includes the extra dice.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You rolled quite well.
Yeah, you're probably up to full.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how the heck it's
I
calculated.
wonder if
Never
that's
mind.
a good news or a bad news.
It's
Like,
six-
you got
you
16 hit
rolled
points. You're probably
16.
at full.
No, that's him back up to about half.
Oh, okay.
But the calculation is very simple. You roll 1d8 plus charisma. That's your normal. And then for every high level cast, it's another d8.
Yes.
Oh,
we know.
okay, and that
Yeah, so the
second
top
D8.
one is your base, and then at the
Guys,
bottom is every
guys,
additional
guys.
one.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Not
Yeah.
important.
I appreciate the desire to explain, but we can do it later. All right. So you make your way down. Can I have Grondar and Barrick just make a couple athletics checks because you are carrying the chest?
How many?
Just one each.
Okay. $15.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not the easiest thing to do. The chest, as you're aware, is not really balanced because it's not fully closed and it's sort of tied together with rocks. You are you're holding one handle each basically and sort of forming a line with it. So Grondar, chest, Beric, basically in that sort of order as you're going down. Gromdar, you don't have dark vision, so it's also quite tricky for you to see all the way. But after about 15-20 minutes, you do make it back to the beach where you guys crashed originally. The remains of the half boat still there.
Wait, only back to the beach? I thought 20 minutes would get us back to town.
No.
Well, the beach is most
Have you
of the
ever
way there.
walked?
I have a horse.
Oh boy.
So
That's
no.
when you see Beric just whistle and gleam sort of rolls in.
He swims in. Yeah.
So,
Yes, you're at the
does
beach.
anyone have a way to contact anyone on board of our ship?
If anyone, it could be you, yeah.
Well, I don't.
then we are.
I could
screwed.
yell very loudly from the
No,
dock.
please don't do that. It's enough that you're carrying a freaking lantern on you.
But
Then we
Crocodile
probably
and,
should head into town
Talon cannot see in the
and
dark.
try to arrange passage.
I suggest we keep all of the stuff that we have here.
Yeah, I suggest a couple of people go into town and arrange a boat.
Would you like me to accompany you, Wesley?
I do not think it is smart for us to bring another boat into these treacherous waters.
Or you suggest swimming? Just doggy
I
style?
suggest we go with everything to the dock.
With the ill-gotten chest. And the bloody clothes and weapons inside.
Ill-gotten, this is righteous conquest. Besides, this place does not have. This place has more villains than we can ever pretend to be.
Which is why we shouldn't bring the treasure chest in the middle of it.
How are we supposed to get back to the boat?
We get a boat. And then we come back
throw
for the
them
rest.
back into the waters that destroyed our last boat.
We can take it. We can take the chest someplace else other than this place.
I don't have a dog in this race. Make your decisions.
I say we bring the chest to the dock.
Considering the lay of the land, is there a more safer place to basically depart from
Yeah, the dock in town.
beside the dock?
You could go further to the east of the town, which would get you to a sort of there's some other shallows there, but the reason why the dock exists is because they've dredged that area for deeper vessels. I mean, you do recall that the main reason why the dock itself was why the beach was an issue was because you guys were going in at night. If you have light on the boat and you're able to sort of use it to visualize the water in front of you, it'll be a lot easier to land at the beach.
Oh, okay.
Do we have another boat?
Well, I think that's why we need to go
Beric,
to the dock in order to...
can you cast another light spell?
Sure. As many as you
Then
want.
you come along with me, and you can cast a light spell on the boat, and then we come back here.
I do need to touch the thing.
That's why you're coming along.
No, my point is that I cannot touch the boat from. What? Oh, you mean okay? I understand. Sorry, I thought you meant that I would touch the ship from the dock with my long arm, and that would notify them that we needed a new boat.
That's a ship. This is a boat.
Well,
I got confused.
how many longboats do we actually have left?
I've asked that question and there was no answer.
On the Midnight Dream?
Yes.
Yeah.
One more.
Well, I think that we could probably stand to obtain a replacement longboat.
Aye.
They are not cheap.
How much do longboats go for?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I imagine you could ask someone who was familiar with the sea. Who would that be in the party?
Oh, that's Wesley.
Yeah, perhaps Wesley should roll an intelligence check.
Intelligent.
Spelled with a T.
13.
30.
13.
Oh, jeez.
13,
I was like,
yeah.
how the... did you get to 30? I couldn't believe that for a second. Sorry, brief panic
Because
attack.
it wasn't real.
Okay. So, your average longboat, so bear in mind, so a longboat, so there's a lot of different ships that you need to bear in mind. So a rowboat is the smallest. That'll fit like 2 to 3 people and bob along. A longboat is sort of like the next level up from that, which is, why you have them on the ship. It's designed for people to be able to bail out in. So that'll hold like about, 5 to 6, sort of 8 at a push people. Not 8 if Beric's on there because, dear God. And let's not even get started on if you're trying to stick Gleam on there with him. But yeah, so a rowboat will cost you about 50 gold. A longboat, on the other hand, will probably cost you about 100 gold.
We have that in gems, don't we?
Aye.
You got that in gems and in gold.
So if we all are in agreement, we'll use the gems to buy a longboat in town.
Oh, we're going to need a new one for the boat anyway, since otherwise we have no way of getting on shore.
Okay.
Well, we have another one, but...
Okay, so you guys are going to head into town and buy a longboat?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well, I guess we'll bring. Yep, I guess we're bringing the chest.
So you're all going together?
Safer in numbers.
I'd like to not to, but I think I've been outvoted.
What would you rather do
You're
instead?
welcome to stay here.
Well, the idea
I-
Wesley had was just go with Beric, and then Beric cast light on the longboat, and then we row the longboat to the beach.
Then why not do that?
We can do that.
Okay, fair enough. Let's do that.
Okay.
Right, so Beric and
I
Wesley are
also need-
going into town.
I need to make sure you don't spend another, 500 gold on knickknacks.
Can we take a short rest while they do that?
The three of you, the Gromdal, Talon, and Violet.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, yes. You can, if you want.
Okay.
Is that what the three of you will be doing?
I'm just guarding the chest, so...
How much money are you guys taking from the chest?
Half of the gems, 150 gold worth.
Okay. Bear in mind that I have said what the price of a longboat normally is, not that is what you're going to be able to buy one for.
I know.
Okay. All right. So as Wesley and Beric stop into town, Gromdar, Talon, and Violet sit down to await them with the rest of the chest and the various gains. Are you setting watches?
Would that interfere with the short rest?
No, you can do light activities.
Okay.
Talon will happily sit up and be observing in a direction.
However, I
Sure.
will ask from the three of you Constitution saving throws, because it is now sort of about 1, 2 in the morning. You guys have done a lot of effort to get here, so you're all pretty tired.
Okay.
18.
I got a 25.
Come on, Talon.
You want to tank
Let's
this,
all
don't you?
Talon.
No peer pressure here.
Constitution saving throw. Is that?
Oh
That is a
no!
4. So
The
yeah,
coin
Talon-
giveth, the coin taketh away.
Yeah,
Don't you have inspiration?
I don't believe so. Not after the last fight.
Nah, a lot of that got used. Can I have your order of watches, please?
I'll go
I'll
first.
take the first one.
Oh,
Well,
I'll
Or
go
do you
second.
want it?
all right.
I'll go
so
second.
Gromdar first, Violet second, Talon last. That's going to be fun. Okay. So yeah, you guys are all doing that. Beric and Wesley no longer weighed down by the weight of the heavy chest. You guys find yourself wandering into the town now. Like I say, it's early in the morning. There are still a few people about, but mostly what you're seeing are drunks on the ground and like a few. You would say not exactly the nicest of individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So as you're walking into town, anywhere in particular you're heading towards?
I'm assuming to the shipyard.
Yeah, we've been to the shipyard before. We'll see if it's open.
You get to the shipyard. The shutters are down. The lights are off. It is indeed marked as closed.
Right. Any
Guess then we'll have
traders
to-
on the docks?
Trader. Well, there are ships on the docks, and you can see that outside most of the ships that are moored up. There are a couple of crewmen armed with belaying pins and bats and oars. Sort of, they're on guard basically at this stage during the night.
I guess our best option is to buy a longboat from one of these here vessels.
That will be more expensive than buying one from the shipyard,
I know,
unless
but
it's in bad condition.
But will ye wait for opening times?
I think we should try and signal the ship.
How would that work as?
Well, I mean, how do you intend to signal the ship?
Are there
Stand at
like
the-
flares?
What? No, I'm just gonna stand at the edge of the dock facing the Midnight Dream. Gonna hold up my hand and make it glow. And then, wave at the ship.
You can certainly do that. I would point out that at no point did any of you mention to any of the people on the ship that this was a signal
Aye.
that you would be likely to make.
Yeah, but the power of Foltus will compel them.
I mean, like I say, you're perfectly. Are you going to do that, Beric? Are you walking down to the end of the dock and waving a glowing hand?
Well, unless
Do we
Wesley's
have
gonna
any
stop me.
flags?
It's night. Flags are useful, but they do not tend to work so heavily. at
Do you
night.
know semaphore?
Again, I'd like to point out the whole night aspect.
Yeah, but
No. Even
you
if it
cast the
was
light on the flags.
even if it was day, do you know semaphore?
What does that mean?
You don't. Very good.
It's not one of his languages, no.
Well, I have the language ship sign. Does that work?
Ship sign is sort of what people mark on their bags and etc. or ships themselves to note, what the ship is like. So, like a ship might have something carved on the side of its hull which says "Good Captain" or "Racist Bully" or those kind of things.
No.
So, Beric, are you wandering down and waving
Yes,
with a glowing
I
hand?
am wondering.
Sorry.
Okay, you're wandering around and waving with a glowy hand.
I'm gonna cast a hand of Foltus.
Okay. Alright, let's see. So, I guess the closest thing I can think of here is a performance check from yourself.
Oh, God.
And I will also allow you a D100.
Allow me a D100.
Allow you a D100.
My performance was really with another 4. I roll an 8. Performance. My third bad roll in a row. Pretty good. 30 on the D100.
Okay. So, as you look out, and you can just make out some of the lanterns hanging off the Midnight Dream, but basically running lights to ensure that they're not run into by another vessel. You sort of point that way, and you clench your hand, and you raise it, and you think of Foltus, and you wave, and you wave, and you. How long are you going to be waving for?
A few minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. While that 15
I said
minutes.
a few minutes.
Oh, a few minutes. Okay. So while he's doing that, Wesley, what are you up to?
I guess I'll try to inquire about the prices of a longboat. So I'll go up to one of the docked vessels.
Anyone in particular, or like the biggest one, the smallest one? What's your plan?
Like a vessel that's in good condition, not a shabby one, not a fancy one either.
Give me an investigation roll with advantage, because this is something you'd be aware of.
Investigation. 20.
Excellent. Okay, so you walk up. There's a pair of crewmen there, a half-orc who's sort of got... Well, it's supposed to be a belaying pin, but to be honest, it looks like a great club that he's kind of wielding. And a gnome who's actually sitting on the half-orc's shoulder. As you get up to them, the half-orc goes, "Oi! Where are you going?"
Ahoy! Might I have a word with your captain?
Captain Sleaton, says the gnome on his shoulder. You're gonna have to give us an idea of something that we'd have to wake him up for.
Well, me and my companion over there, and he'll point towards Berg,
What the
who's
heck is
waving.
he doing?
Ah, you see, we're trying to get back to our vessel.
And he's waving at it.
Aye.
Oh,
So-
you guys set up the signal beforehand.
We're
Rubbing
trying to
in
get
us.
back to our vessel, so I want to inquire about purchasing a longboat.
Ah. Well, let's, before I go and wake up the captain, I'm going to have a look at the colour of your pockets. You mean show us the money?
Okay, so when Wesley would show the gems, he would show that he has a bag of gems, but not how many, right?
So you're sort of opening the pouch and letting them see the glittering stuff inside, but not giving them the pouch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna lose the gems.
So, as you open up the pouch and just give me a quick... I guess this would probably be a persuasion roll, but with advantage because you are using the gemstones as a tool.
Yep. 20.
Yeah. Well, that might be worth a conversation after all.
Excellent.
Okay. I'll go get the captain. You stay here. And how long is he going to be doing that?
I have no idea.
Fair enough. And you just watch.
I'm gonna stop around now.
Yeah, the gnome lightly leaps off the side of the half orc and starts wandering across the deck. The half orc sort of looks at him and goes, "Ugh," and stays there, beady eyes focused on you, Wesley, with a sort of, "Don't be trying to step past me."
I'll give him a smile and I'll stay back.
Okay. Beric, I assume you walk up to where Wesley is?
Yep.
Okay, yep. So, Wesley, you know as Beric comes up, and basically, as you're arriving, Beric, you see the gnome come back. It's like, "Cat, I'll be here in a sec."
Thank you, very
Wesley,
kindly.
I was just thinking,
Aye.
couldn't you just swim to the ship?
Aye.
Ruin his nice coat.
Could, but it's quite a distance, and there's always the tide too.
And the man in the grey coat.
Sorry,
The man in the grey coat.
the man in the grey coat.
Sharks.
Oh, hi, sharks. So I could, but I'd rather not.
A few seconds go by, and you see a rather rotund-looking captain come up. Like it's sort of one of those people who they're a bit portly, but you can see there's muscle underneath. It's just getting on in years a bit, like grey speckling in his hair, and a bit of a few more scars than normal across the face. But he walks up and goes, "I'm Captain Millstone. I hear you have some proposition for me. Sorry, I didn't catch your name."
Aye. Captain Wesley Stormsong, at your service.
He looks at you for a moment and goes, "Well, Stormsong. If you don't mind me saying, you don't really look like a Stormsong."
What do you mean?
I've met Captain Stormsong before.
Hi, I'm his son, adopted.
Adopted? Well, that explains a few things. So, Captain Stormsong, what is it you're wishing to purchase?
A longboat, if you
Longboat?
have some available.
Well, I certainly have some longboats. Whether or not they're available depends somewhat on how much you're willing to part with.
I have on my person an amount of gemstones.
Gemstones?
I'm willing to offer, and Wesley will say an amount of gemstones worth 90 gold pieces.
Trying to rob me blind. Let's have a look at the color. He gestures for you to come on board the ship. Let's have a look at these gemstones in the... Oh, pardon. I offer you free parley to come on board my vessel, and I state that you will be returned forthwith to this port, should you at any time choose, with all of your property therein. And he then spits on his hand.
I accept. Wesley will spit
I
on his
also
hand
come
as
on
well
board?
and shake on it.
Yep. Sorry, what'd you say, Barrick?
Berg didn't say anything, but does it look like they're letting me on board too?
Yeah, the parley affects captain and crew. Wesley wouldn't know that.
Okay, well, I'm definitely not leaving Wesley's 5 feet, their surroundings.
Parley. That's it down in the pirate's code, bye.
It's more of a suggestion, really.
So he takes you into his quarters and, with a bit of a gesture, knocks aside some of the things on his table and until there's a blank pouch, and he places down a sort of a black velvet, kind of like it's a soft velvet almost box, as it were, an open box for you to put the gemstones on.
Alright, Wesley will put the pouch on there.
Come out.
Captain Millstone moves to take the pouch and empties the gemstones onto the black velvet. He has a quick glance at them all, pulling out from one of his drawers a small jeweler's magnifying glass as he begins to look through them. Some of these are quite low quality, but I feel this is fair. And he basically splits the gemstones roughly in two.
I brought 150 gold worth of gemstones.
Oh, you only bought 150 golds worth?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you bought all of them. Okay, in that case, he basically says, I'll take them all.
For a second there, he was going to give us a deal.
Well, no,
Yeah, what do you have to
because,
correct him there?
you have to correct me because if you try and cheat, then I will punish you.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
no,
speed?
that's. I thought I made that clear. So yeah.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
Well, I heard you.
Goodness me, Rita heard something. That's a. We will note that down in the annals.
Yeah.
All right.
The Annals of Faltus.
Yes, but he says, yeah, that's just about enough to cover a jolly boat. I'm sorry, longboat.
A jolly boat.
Do we have a deal, Captain Saulson?
Yeah, this is probably the best deal that Wesley can.
Well, you could also knock.
It's a bit
but I
urgent,
guess-
so
Sure.
yeah, Wesley will smile and say, "We have an agreement, but I get to pick the longboat."
Fair enough. And he holds out a hand to shake yours.
Yep, Wesley will shake on it.
Very well then. He, with a quick couple of movements, he takes the gemstones, throws them, opens up a nearby small chest, and then locks them inside it, and gestures for you to get out of the captain's quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We have 4 longboats, he says, gesturing 2 on each side.
All right, let me
Wesley,
have a look.
choose the best one.
Okay.
Wesley will inspect all of 4 of them.
You may make an investigation check.
A single one or one for each?
Nope. 1 investigation check. Let's roll the dice.
Oh
Okay.
no.
7.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, you don't know enough about. You don't have any experience with sailing vessels.
He rolled a 7, by the way.
Roll a d4.
Yes, in fact, do roll a d4. They all seem to be of approximate quality to yours. So, 3. Yeah, you gesture at as they all seem to be of approximately the same quality. You just make a bit of a guess and confidently gesture at one of them, and you see Captain Millstone go, a fine choice. Boys, ship the longbow for him. I wish you best luck, Captain Stormsong, and should you happen to run into your adoptive father again, to give him my best.
I shall. Thank you for your business. What was his name?
Captain
Captain
Millstone.
Millstone.
The Millstone.
Captain Millstone.
So as you guys are unshipping the longboat, and
Did I catch the name of the vessel?
the vessel, this vessel?
Yeah.
You never asked. Do you want to go and have a look?
Yeah.
This.
I mean, I'll try to catch a look as we board the.
This vessel is called the Glorious Bounty.
Glorious. Sorry.
Expecting the windmill.
Bounty.
Bounty. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Millstone.
My pleasure. Okay, so as you guys are unshipping that and starting to take the boat out, we shall return and rewind to
Oh no.
To the natural one.
to our other group. So you guys, aside from resting, is there any other activities you'd like to be performing whilst you wait for the Beric and Wesley to return?
Well, it's gonna just keep an eye out for any approaching lights. And she's gonna probably play with the newfound lighter.
Okay. Gromda?
A bit pensive, but actually, would he talk since Talon is? I think he'll probably wait until later for more personal stuff, but he will probably say, "Oh no, I got operation there, Violet, and you were willing to lead the charge."
I'm sorry, come again?
We stopped a potential child labor user, bandit lord, and a potential slaver.
Yeah.
We did good today, is what I'm trying to say.
We did minimal amount.
We did something.
Well, the halfling, whoever they were, escaped. And I do believe they were in cahoots with Mormon, if not their boss. Then maybe their closest henchman.
Time will tell on that front. Not much we can do now. They could have gone in any direction. Trying to chase after them will be a fool's errand.
Let's hope so.
I feel
Yes?
there's just one detail I'd like to ask about.
Me?
Yes.
Shoot.
I'm going to try to phrase this as not accusatorial as possible, but why did you feel the need to kill Kiran?
Because I did not know if the children we were going towards were in danger.
Okay, so you did it because you felt he was endangering the entire operation with his noise making.
Are you trying to find a justification for my action? For yourself, or?
No, I'm just trying to understand you a bit more, Violet. I know precious little about you.
Maybe it's better that way.
Is it?
I don't know. I mean, we're going to Hagan, and that's where we're gonna part. You're gonna go on your, whatever, Templar business. Making someone day worse, probably. You're nice and all, but you're still a Templar.
I will admit, some join the Templar because they hate mages. Others join them because they want to make a difference.
Different. She's gonna shake her arm with a gauntlet on it. That kind of difference.
At the tail ends of the war, there were many who were calling for the. There were many who were unsatisfied with how it resolved. They were out for blood.
Yeah.
Instead of abetting such genocide, we came up with a compromise.
Right, but you got to make the call.
We got to make the call.
Ah, good for you.
So those gauntlets, they make you a mage? Or they signify mages? Wesley has one too.
They are to control what we do. Because apparently someone decided that they have the right to.
So you're forced to wear them?
Yes, I am.
May I have a look, please?
No.
Okay.
While we edit, you cannot take a look at my other scars either.
I just meant at the gauntlet itself.
Well, that's what I consider it. And she's gonna clank it on the nearby stone a little bit. It's not like I can choose not to have it.
Violet, if you're looking for something, the Templars have contacts everywhere. We could help you if you so ask for it.
I'm definitely not looking for more Templars. You've done
Not more
enough.
Templars.
I am not looking for an argument. I'm just having a bet in my head whether Wesley will lose our money.
Fair enough.
Well, let's see if he manages to get back with a boat.
Okay. As you guys are having this brief conversation, you do notice Talon is occasionally just sort of blinking heavily, and when he lies down against a rock, he is occasionally just slipping off. Seeing as the two of you are paying attention. Now, just one check. Wesley, you said you were going to have Beric cast light on the...
Oh no. Wait, he needs to keep touching it, right?
No,
light
you
on longbow,
just have to
yeah.
touch it once.
I don't think I'm gonna do that though. Like I've thought about it. In the
You
meantime,
did it already. You were
What do you
carrying
mean I
it.
did it
You
already?
can't take it back.
No.
Not the chest, the boat.
The boat.
Oh, the boat.
Yep.
Okay.
Also, I can
if
take
that's
it
the
back. I can
case,
turn it
then-
off at any time, which I will have done when we left.
Sorry, just a quick aside. Hi, just one time. We do have a few recaps on YouTube. I'm not sure if our latest one is live yet.
Not yet, but we'll
Yeah.
play it during the
Yes,
break.
but we will be playing in our intermission. We
But in the
also have-
meantime, I can link the playlist that we have.
Yep. So Yeah, so we'll link the
Two
posts we
recaps.
have, and we also have all of the full VODs on YouTube as well, if you want to watch them at some point.
They're very long.
They are very long, however. Yeah, but that's Dungeons and Dragons.
Think twice.
Yep. But yes, so we have short recaps, like minute or so long each. Okay. And we'll be playing the latest one during the intermission.
And thank you for the follow.
And thank you for
Very much. Thank you for the follow.
okay.
Thank you.
We do Table Tales every other Sunday. So
Yep.
come back when you want some more.
All right. Okay. So yes. So all right. So as you guys are sort of continuing your conversation on the shore, Beric and Wesley, you guys are heading off. So first, I'm gonna have a sailing roll from Wesley.
Yeah. By the way, if Beric is not going to cast light on the longboat,
I'm gonna
itself,
cast light, just not on the boat itself.
What are you casting light on?
I'm gonna cast light on a coin, and then I'm gonna hold it in my hand in such a way that it creates a beam of light in front of the ship, instead of shining everywhere.
Kind of tricky to do that. Give me a. Give me a. I guess a sleight of hand roll for trying to.
Wesley, that rapier of yours, you made it into a spyglass before. Could you perhaps make it into the shape of a bullseye lantern?
it's just weapons and the spyglass, as far as I know.
So you have no full control over it? Ah, that's a pity.
So yeah, so it can have a sleight of hand roll if you're trying to contain the beam.
Yeah. Contain the beam as much as possible. That is spells. Sleight of hand. I rolled a 14, my first decent roll, but I don't have a bonus.
Okay, so you feel like you're doing a decent enough job. Are you also paying attention for hazards in front of the boat?
Yes, very much.
Okay, so yes, so can I have a pilot sea vessels roll from Wesley and a perception with advantage from Beric, because you are using a light to aid you.
Do we
15
roll
for the
anything?
pilot check.
Sorry, what? 15 on the pilot check. Excellent. Do you guys roll anything? Yes, you can all roll perception checks to see if you can spot
An
this boat
18
coming
on
in.
the perception.
Okay.
Good thing you had advantage, wasn't it?
20.
So 20. Gromdar, Talon. Talon, you're with disadvantage because you're half asleep.
Okay,
Yeah.
perception.
Perception, yep.
One day I'll get advantage for something.
We rolled con save to see if Talon, wakefulness and
I
Talon.
rolled a natural 1.
Classic stuff.
Nice.
Oh, that's
That's
persuasion.
2 in a row, though. Like
That's
you.
persuasion. Sorry, let me roll perception.
Oh, I thought he rolled it again. That's.
It's a 15.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, as you are, all of you actually managed to spot as this sort of searchlight beacon seems to be heading towards towards the shoreline.
With that 20, can I tell it's them?
You can tell it's a boat, and you can tell there's somebody is holding a light source up quite high. That's all you're really getting from this
Well,
distance.
Beric is tall.
Yeah, they're outside of your range of dark vision. Beric, Wesley, the two of you working together, Beric's able to spot most hazards. You definitely spot the rock that you hit the first time.
Looking out for that one.
Not again.
Memories.
Oh.
As you make your way in, and because you're not really in a rush or any pressure, I'll just say that with those rolls, you gently coast towards the shoreline. The three of you on the shore spot them, and you're able to guide the boat in. It's quite an interesting boat. Compared to your other one, which was just a plain wooden boat, this has actually got a trim around the edge of it, a shimmering green trim.
Oh.
Ah, fancy.
Is it magical?
It does not appear to be
Special
magical.
material?
No.
Okay.
It's made out of
Special
some kind of material.
Oh, they
Yeah.
arrived.
They have arrived, yes.
Yeah.
Ahoy, friends on the beach. We
Oh.
have a boat.
Oh, you're back.
Okay,
She's just
Talon,
gonna take her place in the boat.
Talon will snort awake and climb aboard.
Gromdar?
I also step aboard.
Yep. I'll assume that one of you took the chest.
He was it. He's gonna say.
Yeah,
We'll just if you
That's why
don't.
Barrick is there.
I will help Gromdar put it into the boat.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Who's going to be on the oars? Who's going to be looking out? And who's going to be piloting?
Oars.
I'll be looking
I will hand the coin with the light to Violet.
You want me to be the target? All right then.
I want you to be able to look out without, running into rocks and such.
Fair enough. I think Wesley would be a better bet.
I need to pilot the vessel.
That's how
Wesley
you
is
do
a
it, huh?
half-elf and can see in the dark.
I can see in the dark as well.
Still,
my
whilst
apologies, I thought you were
we can
human.
see in the
You don't know.
dark, we can. A light will still help to see.
Yeah.
Dangers like rocks and reefs.
It will change. It will change the grayscale into color, and as such, reveal certain dangers.
That's what I'm looking for. Colorful riffs.
I find it quite entertaining that Beric is mansplaining dark vision to Violet, though.
I know, right? It's hilarious.
Alrighty. Okay, so
And this is my lady, how you see in the dark.
as you pile into the longboat, can I have athletics checks from Talon and Beric as they're on the oars? Can I have a pilocy vehicles from Wesley? Actually, first off, can I have the perception check with advantage from Violet, and then we'll be able to find out if
14.
14. Okay, that's enough for you to have advantage on your pilocy vehicles. There, Wesley.
Okay.
I rolled a 19
12
from
on the athletics.
24.
Yeah, Beric's pulled something. You're not sure what, because Talon is just like sort of muscling this craft all on his own. Yeah, just yeah. And with expert seamanship from Wesley, you skirt past the rocks, any of the reefs, any of the nasty things, and very swiftly, in about 20 minutes, you find yourself back on the Midnight Dream. But can I have a quick perception check as you guys approach the Midnight Dream?
From everyone?
From everyone. This is the listening basement perception check.
18, this is my luckiest roll yet.
1.
Wait, with no
Oh.
no advantage, right?
No advantage, it's listening based.
20.
Right. Wesley and Talon appear to be, and Gromdar, in fact, are just concentrating on the thing. Violet and Beric, as you approach the vessel, you begin to hear a noise and
What kind of noise?
shouting, loud voices.
Oh shit.
And as you get closer, you hear ringing out above all the other voices. Beric, you hear it specifically ring out, is Secundus, as he bellows loudly, "I saw his hand! He calls to me! We must depart at once!"
I will bellow. I will activate thaumaturgy to increase the loudness of my voice and bellow, "Secundus, stand down! We have arrived!"
My lord!
Violet will jump off into the water and swim back to shore.
Really? Because that's quite a distance at this point.
I'm kidding.
Okay. You see Violet, consider it. Like sort
Yes.
of, I could probably make it. Yes.
Yeah, Talon's just gonna basically just look at her and go, "Oh,
It might be worth it at this point.
Yeah, it's barely worth it.
Yep. So yes, you just hear Secundus go, "My lord, I saw your hand upon the shoreline."
Indeed. Our ship has met our small ship, a boat, has met an unfortunate end on the rocks at night, but we have procured a new one.
Such is the glorious poultice.
And some good negotiating from Wesley here.
Channeled by poultice indeed, my lord.
Okay, Violet's gonna
Course,
disregard all this cringe and she's gonna go
Secundus.
straight for RD.
Assemble the crew and have them raise the longboat.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys start pulling up the longboat. Violet, you can grab one of the ropes on the side of the vessel and climb on board to go see Ardy if you want to.
Yes.
Okay.
Do I follow?
I will nod to Secundus when he looks at me after Wesley gives him an order.
Can Talon follow Violet? He's also would like to go and see Ardy.
Okay. So yeah, you can climb after Violet. So Violet, you're aware that Talon's coming after you. Gromdal, what about
He's
yourself?
gonna pause for a bit, then shrug and just continue.
Okay.
I probably help secure the loot in the hold.
Okay, cool. Yep, you take that out. Yep, you do see as the crew watches as this treasure chest, literally bulging at the seams, is loaded onto the dock. That there are a few of them sort of glancing at that with interest, shall we say? But yes. So yes, as you two, as Talon and Violet make their way to the border vessel, you can see you head towards where Ardy is. Again, as you recall, the hold here is mostly just like hung sailcloth to sort of indicate rooms. Are you going down there like at a pace, or are you going to try and be quiet in case she's asleep?
I'm going quiet mostly because I anticipate that halfling to be around any corner, so I'm also looking out for any halflings.
Interesting. Give me a stealth and a perception check. What about yourself, Talon?
I'll take cue from Violet. If she's being cautious, he will attempt to be as well.
Okay. A stealth and a perception then.
That's a 9 and 17.
Okay.
The stealth roll is a 22. And perception is a 20, so he's like a ghost.
Okay. You're trying to be stealthy, Violet, but part of your own nerves about what's happening. Is the halfling here? Is Ardy okay? Is coming through, and it's causing you to move a bit more rushed, a bit more panicked.
Does Talon pick up on that?
Give me an insights check.
Insights.
You can roll it against my stealth, if you want to judge by that, I guess.
That's a 15 on the insight roll.
Yeah, I'd say you'd notice that there's a she's tense. She's
okay. Well, he'll as we get as they get kind of close to RDC, he'll just kind of place a steadying hand on her shoulder for a moment. Not kind of holding on for too long, but it's just a case of it's all right, sort of thing. Once we're close enough to be certain that RD is.
She's gonna half turn the head without looking at him and just do a slight nod as a signal and continue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you get to outside Ardy's little room, and you haven't seen any sight of any halfling or anyone suspicious. The crew is mostly on the top deck at this point, so you're kind of alone below decks. And thank you for the follow there, Vortexus.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Hooray, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh dear, I did see that trailer. That was quite hilarious when he jumped into a gelatinous cube.
I saw that, yeah, that was really funny.
It's like, to be honest, that's the sort of thing where I can just imagine the DM going, "You want to jump into gelatinous cube?
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm saying that movie needs a sassy DM, like judging their every action.
Yeah, it was funny
It
enough.
needs to be like it's an adventure movie set in D&D. I'd prefer it if it was a D&D movie, as in it has a DM, the characters break the fourth wall all the time to yell at him, etc. That would have been great.
Yes.
And if you want to see that, reader, there's a film called Gamers on Amazon Prime that does all that for you. Or the sequel, Gamers 2: Darkness Rising.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't
Boy,
it?
indeed.
That name holds such promise.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Anyhow, so you're just outside Ardy's bedchamber. What do you do?
I'm gonna listen in first.
Okay, you're listening for a small bit, and you can hear just gentle sleeping noises.
Oh, that's sleepy noises. Okay. I'm gonna open the door and again.
Pull aside the sailcloth. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And look like give a good look. What's in the room? Who's in the room?
The only thing in the room is a small figure inside a hammock. So, and as you sort of look at it, it's rocking gently in the tide, and you can see Ardy's face, and it's a bit scrunched up, and you think that she's dreaming, and it may not be the nicest dream.
I see. Well, can't affect the dreams. So I will. Does she have like a pocket or anything on her dress or whatever she's wearing?
Well, she's in her shift at the moment because she's sleeping, but her clothes are sort of hanging next to her on one of the hanging on a peg next to her, and yeah, she has a few little pockets. In fact,
Actually,
you think this her outfit may have been made entirely of pockets?
Oh my god, can you imagine?
Every woman's dream.
I know.
Clothing made of pockets.
So I'm gonna go to her dress and put the amulet in there. But also curiosity will get the best of me, and I'm gonna just look what's she has on her.
Okay. Give me a investigation check.
Investigation 15.
15. It's quite an interesting thing investigating this, as there are numerous pockets. The pockets are actually sort of hidden pockets, and the stuff you find in here is ridiculous. There's little bits of gold and silver coinage all over the place. There's a few keys that you can see. There's some frog spawn in one of the pockets for some reason. Some sea smoothed rocks.
Sticky goo.
From what you know, this might be this sort of befits what you were aware that Ardy was doing prior to you sort of taking her in. It's really a pickpocket sort of outfit, so you can just stow something anywhere in here and then scarp her, and by the time they've searched all your pockets, you've probably escaped.
Okay, so instead I'm gonna reconsider and just go and put the amulet on her. Try not to wake her up.
Give me a sleight of hand roll.
Okay. $20.
Yeah, no issue at all. You very delicately slip the amulet over her head, and it rests slightly on her chest, and as you sort of gently, stroke her hair incidentally as you're placing it down, you see that her face sort of smooths out a little, and she seems to fall into a bit of a deeper sleep as you do that.
Aw, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna look at Talon as in suggesting we leave.
Okay, well, Talon will very, very quietly say, would you like me to stay with her?
Don't you need rest?
I can stay a little.
Okay. And she's going to return the gesture that he did on her, like on her shoulder before, and exit.
Okay, he will just kind of settle himself down somewhere, not like right next to her, somewhere where he can be seen when she wakes up, that he's kind of just there but not looming over her.
Fair enough. I'm afraid to say that because you've already nat won this, I am going to have to ask you to make a con save with disadvantage.
Yep, that's fine.
Oh no.
I was yeah.
Is it fine? Is it?
Well, it will probably give him a crick in the neck the next morning, but it's what Talon would do.
Fair enough. Oh, buddy.
7.
No.
I tried.
Say the number.
Yep. As you go away, feeling confident that Talon is, looking after Ardy, you made it just a short way down the corridor when you hear a thud, and as you go back and look through the door, Talon is fast asleep on the floor.
Right. Fair enough. Is Pilgrim anywhere inside?
Fergus was on the top deck, but as you're thinking about this and looking after them, we should probably skip back to the top deck.
Yes.
So as the crew and Beric, because he said he was, start pulling up the longboat, as you're sort of looking at these people and they're doing their various jobs, one person does stop their work and turns and looks at all of you, and then finally turns and looks at Wesley and goes, "Where's Kieran?"
It is Belial.
It is Belial.
I will make
Wesley
a sad
will-
face.
Wesley
Okay, never
will
mind, you do it.
step forward. Say, unfortunately, Kieran has shown himself to be a mutineer and has endangered our mission. He did not survive. I know that you all have had hard lives, that ye have many doubts, but in the end, we emerged victorious, and we have slain Marmon. I shall offer ye all again the chance to leave the vessel with no hard feelings, or to stay on as me crew and share in the victories. And he will pull out a pouch of gold and hold it in front of Belial's face. And the spoils.
Specifically Belial's face.
What say ye?
Maybe persuasion roll, Wesley.
At least he didn't lie. I was really hoping you wouldn't.
He
12.
He stretched the truth in a few things. What? Why do you think Kieran was a mutineer?
He turned against us and tried to alert the enemy.
Am I around to hear this?
Yeah, you're still on top deck.
Wesley, he was afraid for his life.
Why'd you take him anyway? He's not a fighter.
I would have left him with the longboat. Not take him into danger.
I don't believe you. I don't think you care about any of us. What's my name anyway? You even know?
It's Belial.
Yes, Captain Storm Song. What's the full name? What's the name that my father gave me?
Belial Nectis.
He looks almost surprised. You remembered, but you never talked to any of us. Not since you told us to join the crew.
I care about ye. I've not have had time to get to know ye all. I was hoping to be able to do that as we were sailing. Get to know ye stories, ye streams, and I still intend to, if you would give me the opportunity.
Take a point of inspiration, Wesley.
Nice.
Thank you.
Well done for remembering
Nice.
his name.
After you
He looked
pointedly
it up.
removed it.
He didn't. I removed it from the from the info page.
Oh shit.
I noticed that.
you know, somebody happens to have what do we call it? Good
Privileges?
notes.
Oh, good notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, on this particular front, I think it makes sense for him to have good notes on the content of the ship and the crew.
Yep.
You see Bilal sort of turning his head towards Wesley and the gold inside Wesley's hand, focusing a lot on the gold. And he goes, "Yeah, I'll stay on board." Secundus
Wesley will-
immediately pipes up with, "I shall go where the Lord goes."
Wesley will hand the pouch to Belial. Say, thank you.
This is going to be one of those divided from the third
And
into
then-
the pouches, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he'll basically go around and hand out pouches to everyone who would stay.
Yeah, you get with the handing out of gold, you get a pretty universal. You know, I'm sticking around here. Secundus immediately turns and gives it to Beric and says, "For you, my lord, my service is your service. We shall do this in the name of Voltus."
Yeah.
He's next.
Secundus.
My lord?
It is good to be charitable, and it is good to give alms, but you should not give away what is rightfully yours. People deserve to be paid. So says Voltus.
But my
And I will
lord,
give the pouch back.
without you I would be a slave. So everything I own is yours. Should you need the shirt off my back, it is yours. The skin from my...
Then keep
What?
the pouch in escrow. And when I need something, you can purchase it from there.
Of course, my lord. I shall carry your riches for you.
Eric will visibly sigh. He is too tired to keep the mask all the way to high heavens like usual.
Oh my god, Beric found someone who's more faultiest than he is. He's like rethinking his life choices.
Yeah. You see your other adopted page, Thomas, just sort of go, I'm going to keep mine, boss.
It is yours to keep. No, do not worry.
Like, for goodness sake, you need something to live on, man.
And as you're handing them out, Wesley, Fergrim takes you and claps you on the shoulder and goes, "I'm glad to see you're back, boy. Now,
I always come back.
did you bring anything for the poor wee one down below?"
You mean money?
Well, I dare say the little one will fare well if we don't not worry. I'll give her my share. That's fair, and as Procron would will it.
Wesley, did you not include Artie in the crew?
Well, I did prepare a share for Violet.
That is. Violet is not Artie.
I know, but
Fergrim,
she-
I will give you part of my share, so you will not have to share all of it.
No. This befalls the captain. I'll share mine.
My lord, should I give my gold to this Artie?
Oh my god. I would jump out a window, but there is none.
Well, thankfully for Violet, she's not here at this point, so.
Secundus. Artie is a poor. She's a child. But she does need her own. She needs new clothes and toys and food and such.
So I should give her my shirt.
Perhaps not your shirts. But if you are if you truly want to give of your own volition, do not give because you think it is owed, then you can give a part of your share to Artie as well.
Of course, my lord.
At the end of this, Artie is gonna be paid the most.
Yep. One wealthy orphan. As at this point, Violet, you return to the top deck as you see basically Fergrim is sort of taking gold from those that would give it into a pouch for Artie. So just again, we'll do the calculations on this in the downtime, but we will figure out people's golds at that point.
Yep.
Violet will approach Felgrim and nod at him.
How is the little one?
Asleep.
This is good. She has awakened many a time with a nightmare that I fear may haunt her for some time.
That's part of it. Tell me, Felgrim, how familiar are you with the population of this town?
Oh, well, although I travel, I have lived here on and off for a solid few months for the past few years.
So you might be familiar with the farmer Jessup, I believe his name, and his spouse?
Ah, yes, Mrs. Miles.
What?
That's the nickname.
The nickname, gotcha. Tell me, Felgrim, do you think they are good people?
I won't say that they are beacons of light, as it were, but compared to the rest of them, they do an honest day, they do an honest labor, and where they can, they try to be charitable.
Sounds good. I was thinking, and I will ask Artie first, but they seem to care about her. So I was wondering if she agrees, you might send a message to them and ask if they would take her in.
Oh, I could certainly go and talk to them on your behalf, and I dare say that they might do it. They've had a good marriage, but a childless one for now. I would be concerned, though, of some of the bad elements of the town, but I dare say if, given the charity of the crew, and he sort of jingles this pouch of money as he says that, I think Artie has a good chance at a good future. I dare say we could send her. I know some people in some of the neighboring areas. We could send her further into the Alliance, maybe, or...
Well, I wouldn't send her, but...
Well, we could provide her an option to go further into the Alliance when she's a touch older, or...
Yeah, maybe a school where there's access to education of some sort.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want her to learn in... I wouldn't want to learn in C words. It's not much of a town.
Oh, she's learned quite a few things here, but
not things that a girl our age can learn. No, yeah. I have some friends in Corgarom. They're not too keen on me because of where I'm from. Don't know if you know much of the bad blood between Corgarom and Delforum, but...
Do I?
Give me an intelligence check.
Okay.
Fair question.
Just straight intelligence.
Straight intelligence.
18.
Yeah, I mean, you're aware that Corgarom and Delforum are two different nations of dwarves, and there is some degree of bad blood between them.
Understood.
But yeah, he sort of goes, I know some folks in Korgorom that would likely take her on, learn her a trade.
Well, before we plan her entire future for her, I think we should still ask.
Aye. I'll make sure to send a missive off to the farmers and ask them if they're willing.
Thanks, Fulgrim.
Anything I can do.
Just gonna nod and just take her place on the deck.
Yep. So the boat's loaded up at this point. The crew seem quite placated by having been paid. It's amazing how that happens. And yeah, Fergrim's going around collecting things with his little baggie, and like I say, we'll sort that out in downtime. It is quite late or quite early, depending on how you look at it, in the morning. Is there anything that you guys want to do, or are you gonna try and head off and get some sleep?
Yes, I would like to approach Wesley.
So
okay.
Wesley, as you're beginning to stagger towards your captain's quarters to get some sleep in, Violet grabs you by the arm.
Violet.
Wesley? So what are measures against the halfling maybe coming back that you're taking against?
I don't know. I don't know who the halfling is. I don't know. They might...
Is anybody on the lookout? Is there like a...
I don't think they'll come after us.
Well, that's good for you, but I do, so... As a passenger?
No. The leader is dead. What they might do is try to pick up the pieces of Marmon's empire, as it were.
Wesley,
But
I do not
don't
want
think
to
they're
take
coming
any
for revenge.
chances while we have a child aboard.
Well, first off, they don't know we are on this vessel.
Yes, they do.
They sent the notes in a fashion that seemed to indicate that they didn't know which vessel to send it to.
Do you have a fact to back this up, or are you just guessing?
I'm mostly guessing.
Good. Great. Fantastic. Not good enough, though.
So what would you have me do?
Establish the lookout. You have enough people. We can help. Just 1 hour each.
Very well. Will you join in?
Of course.
Great. Is Fergrim still around?
Yeah, he's wandering around collecting money from people.
Alright. Fergrim.
Aye.
And Wesley will approach him with like a guard roster with basically all of the crew included.
Oh, you just left?
Us.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave as well. So.
Well, you guys were sort of talking, and when you sort of finished with he made the final statement, he called over to Fergrim and started walking in that direction. You're free to walk with him to Fergrim if you want.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yep. Okay, so you pen down a missive.
I am at this point also looking to speak with Violet, so if at any point I show up, tell me when.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. So at the moment you're sort of seeing them having a chat with Fergrim, but you're sort of paused and ready to grab Violet when she looks free. Okay. Yeah, you walk over to Fergrim. You have a list of the various people on the ship. You just quickly pen it down in one of your strips of paper.
With us being more closer to dawn rather than.
Yeah. Okay. And you see Fergrim. Aye, what can I do for you, lad?
Fergrim. Notify the crew of their guards' times. And he'll hand the list.
Right. No worries there. I'll make sure that everyone's aware.
Great. Thank you.
Right.
Which am I in order? Can I look at the list?
You're basically second from last.
Okay. Fair enough.
You do see Fergus will lean in and Wesley go, I reckon we can do it with just people on deck, sir. We don't need to. You guys have had you fellas have had a terribly rough day. You might as well get a full 8 hours.
Yes, that may be best. Okay.
We'll wake you if you need you. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Anything else?
That'll be all.
All right. And you see Fergus sort of wander off and hook Thomas by the ear and go, "You're on first watch, boy." Right. At this point, Barrick, it looks like the conversation is kind of breaking apart. Violet, would you be trying to head anywhere after the conversation, or?
I am heading downstairs to sleep in a hammock next to Ardy.
Okay. So as Violet leaves Wesley, heading towards the lower part of the boat, Barrick, you sort of step in, loom over her, and Violet, you
Not looming.
You can't help but loom when you're your height, mate.
I can stay a foot back, and then I'm not looming.
You're still
Anyway.
looming.
It's still, I was going to say you're over a head and shoulders taller
You're
than Violet.
6'9". You don't stand, you just loom.
Okay, fair enough. Violet, can we speak for a moment?
Anyone around us?
You can walk over to an area of the deck where you don't think you'll be overheard.
She's just gonna roll her eyes and walk there.
Okay. So the two of you walk to a area of the deck where you don't think you'll be overheard, and yeah.
Violet, what do you think of Wesley?
Are you asking me if he is dating someone because you want to go for it?
Fault is no. Today he showed an uncharacteristic, well done leadership, but he has not been quite the captain I was expecting of the son of a legendary leaders.
He
I'm
is
fearing-
adopted.
I fear that the mutineers might have had a point.
What's your point?
My point is that if it turns out that Wesley cannot lead us, will you stand with me to speak with him? I have no doubt he's a fine cat. I'm no doubt that no, but I wish to know what the others think before I make such drastic steps.
Well,
I
if
just approached you first because you seem to have the most vested interest in the ship going where it needs to go.
Precisely, but this is where it ends. So if you want to know where Violet is at, I'm heading to her gun, and I am saying my goodbyes to you guys. Where you decide who is going to be your captain, what's going to be the name of your ship, it's up to you.
And if your artifact is housed not just on the street, but in someone's vault, will you go at it yourself? Alone?
Are you trying to say you want me to hire you to help me?
I'm trying to say that if you just ask, I will come.
You will help me retrieve my property, if I ask you.
Yes,
Why?
because I like you, and I wish we one day could be friends.
What are you doing out here, Barrick, if I may ask?
Out here on the ship, or out here in the world?
Where are you heading, Barrick? Who are you? What's your goal in life? Why is it that you have so much free time that you're willing to help a perfect stranger retrieve their property from mayhaps a dangerous vault?
It is a difficult question to answer.
Is it?
I am on the path. It is a right of my order. It is not defined as such. Just that a great deed needs to be done in the name of Foltus. It does not need to be a great deed of good, just one of significance. For the Order
Well,
of Twilight knows that not always is the sunshine. The sun cannot always shine on everything. That's why Foltus made the moon.
well, if you are efficient, Barrick, and I know you're not, you would set the ship on fire.
How would that accomplish anything?
It would be grand.
It would be a small fire on a small ship in a corner of the world.
You would have burned a slavish ship and made a show out of it.
It would be a hollow accomplishment.
What I'm trying to say, Barrick, is you have done some good deeds already with me present. So my question to you is, define a grand deed, Barrick. Where's the limit?
Where is the limit? Yeah, I do not think there is one. There is only a lower bound, not an upper bound.
Then your journey will never end.
Of course not. The path is never ending. But perhaps when I take the next step upon this path, I will find truths.
Truth?
Truth of the world.
Which one? Everybody has their own.
That is one of the truths I've already found. Do you know where I'm from, other than my country?
Would I know he's from Falumia? He has been screaming about it all the way through.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the entirety of Seawards is aware of where Beric is from.
Well, a little bird told me that you're from Falumia. She was very loud.
Correct, but I meant more specifically. I
No.
am from the border lands. They are wild. And when I was growing up, I thought my father, being a steward of an area, being a great man. But let me tell you, the further you go from the capital in Folumia, the deeper the corruption lies. My uncle, who was well, you would call him maybe a baron or something in this part of the world, locked me in prison for speaking out to him during a court session.
What'd you say?
I told him that it doesn't really matter. What matters is that he was unjust, and when he was called out,
Can I insight that? Did he look embarrassed?
I guess on this front, now normally on this one it's sort of a, because it's player versus player, I don't tend to do it. So I guess first question is to you, Beric. Would you look embarrassed, and if so, would you look embarrassed openly, or would you be trying to hide?
It would be less embarrassed and more a flinch. Because that was like the moment his world came crashing down.
And are you trying to hide that, or are you just letting your emotions flow?
Yes, he was about to say it, and then he tried to hide it.
Okay, so maybe we'll have a deception. Can we have a deception versus insight on that one, Beric? Would that be fair?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Deception versus insight.
Insight 10.
Deception 21.
Fair enough.
God, you deceptive paladin, you.
It is a charisma skill.
I know. It's not even trained, it's just that high.
It's a 4. Like, that's not that high, but yeah.
So tell me what I read on 10.
So you're trying to
I was thinking Beric would tell me because it's
You see him about to say it, then one of his eyes go like the most imperceptible little twitch. And then he just changes the topic, and you don't know if that was in your head or if that was real.
Right, okay, fair enough. So, are you a wanted man, Beric?
No, I was absolved when I joined the Order. It wasn't... he had no grounds to keep me.
Fair enough. The Order is above nobility, then.
The order is... Volumia is a complicated place with many lines of allegiance. But most of the time, yes. Although, not in the way you might think. What I'm trying to say is, I feel like this group, these people, they have a destiny. Something is going to happen, and Volt has led me here. And I also think that you are part of it. And if you will leave if we do not follow, then we should follow you.
Well. Oh, brother. I wish I had the free time that all y'all have. Look, if you want to help me, and if I will require help, I will accept your proposal.
That is all I can ask. Also,
Right.
think of what I said about Wesley. If he goes back down to how he was the last few days, instead of what he did today, we need to speak to him about leadership. Or the ship will never get to Hakan.
I would love to stay loyal to a promise that will get me to Hakan. Nothing above that, nothing beyond that.
Fair enough. And I will make a very slight bow, and then I will head to my own cot.
Mm-hmm. Instead of a bow, she will just squint her eyes as a gesture, and she will go inside. Well, she will open the closed door and take her place in a hammock.
Mhm.
Just realised I was on mute there because I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
No. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So as Violet begins making her way across, you've seen Beric and Violet having their private conversation. You've been sort of allowing them to have it because politeness, but they were having a private conversation, but they weren't exactly hiding, shall we say? Does anyone want to interrupt Violet, or is she going to finally get to go to bed?
This is like going to cash.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to go to bed.
I've got 2 cons fails under my belt,
Yeah,
so
you're already asleep, dude. You're fine.
yeah. Can I just say that I'm hoping eventually Fulgrim will come and check on Anya, and at that point,
I'm coming in, so you're fine.
okay. Well, whoever comes in can wake Talon up, and then he'll go to his bunk without any further question.
Yeah, you walk in and Talon is face down along one of the sort of curved spars of the boat. He looks so comfortable.
Okay, question. If he sleeps here, will he not get a good night rest?
Yeah, he'll still get a good night's rest. He might have a bit of a crick in the neck, but I think Talon, given his background, Talon will be the first to say, I've slept in worse locations.
Violet is gonna pull out the bedroll and just put it under his head.
Yeah.
If it's gonna wake him up, he can go take a rest in his bed. If not, she's just gonna leave it like that.
Okay, Talon, give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Sure.
Because you're asleep.
Oh dear. Perception with disadvantage is 5.
Yeah. There's
Should I just light a pen?
There's a momentary in his...
Okay.
And he just sort of slightly like, eh. And yeah, it looks like he's somewhat more comfortable, less face smashed against the wood.
Violet takes a note. Talon is a muppet. Okay. Well, yeah, and that's it.
And you pull aside some sailcloth and finally kick off your shoes and get into your hammock.
Yes.
Okay, Wesley, you headed back. Okay, is there anyone else who wants to have a conversation, or are we going to declare this as the night?
I think this should be the night.
The night it is. No one interrupted me in time. Okay, so 8 hours passes. None of you are woken up for any watches, by the way. And Talon, when you wake up, you discover you've actually been rolled somewhat onto a softer mat which someone has placed upon the floor. And yeah, it does look like Fergrim has basically just taken care of you throughout the night.
Okay.
And yeah, as you awaken, sort of all gradually, Fergrim in fact, is first to wake up Wesley and just say, Ken, you awake now, Ken?
Fergrim.
We got visitors on the boat. I'll just go down and be telling Violet and Ardy.
Visitors?
Aye.
Are they on the vessel?
Aye.
If Wesley will arise and get dressed and leave his cabin.
Yep. Okay, so as you're getting dressed,
Doesn't comb his hair.
As you're getting dressed, Fergrim walks down and finds Violet and just sort of, after a few moments, he basically just, Violet, you feel this heavy breath breathing in your face.
Oh, good God, what the hell?
You're awake. Good to know.
Pilgrim.
Aye.
Oh, gross.
We got some visitors for yourself and Nardi.
Visitors. Wait, did you contact them?
Aye.
Without asking her? Fulgrim. She might get mad.
I thought I was just supposed to contact the farmers.
No, I told you. If she says, you know what, she'll probably say yes. I mean, why would she want to stick around here? Okay, let's go.
Aye. You want to wake up Nardi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be up on deck with the farmers. I've told Wesley as well.
Felgrim?
Aye.
Don't take my surprise for me being ungrateful. Thank you.
I think nothing of it.
Okay.
Okay. So, yep. I take it you wander over to Ardy?
Yes.
Yep. Make me a perception check as you're heading over.
Okay. Perception. Oh, natural 20, baby.
Yep. Yeah. She's already awake.
Behold
Okay.
the child, it's awake. Thank you for my natural success. God damn it. Hey, Buttercup.
Would Talon be awake at this point?
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, crying out loud.
Oh dear. Wait, did you pick up something cursed? What's going on?
I don't know. I'm just doing what I'm been told.
Nope, you're still
Right.
very tired.
Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. Not allowed to do anything because too tired.
Yeah, the dice. Besides, Ardy's gonna have.
Dice hate me.
Well, Violet can always go over and kick you. That'll certainly wake you up. But no one's tried to wake you up yet. But yes,
Not yet, no.
Ardy is sort of. She's pretending to be asleep.
Hey, Buttercup. Wake up, we're back.
Oh,
You alright?
I was worried.
I know. Sorry.
She sort of gets up and latches onto you and goes, I didn't want you to go. It's dangerous.
I know. La's gonna be like awkwardly standing there, like not knowing what to do with her hands, like give her a like pat. It's alright. So hey.
The tooth fairy came in the night.
What?
Yeah, she gave me a tooth, though. It was very strange.
She means the amulet that
Yeah,
I put
it's a
that
shark
Violet
tooth.
placement?
It's a shark tooth.
Oh, okay. That's for good. That means good luck is ahead.
Does?
Absolutely. I mean, you've been through so much. You deserved it. Don't you think?
I don't know.
Well, I think so. So, Ardy, tell me, do you know Farmer Jessup?
They've taken me in a couple times.
I know. Can you keep a secret?
She sort of looks at you and big eyes and just nods her head.
Well, yesterday, I've met them, and I sort of panicked, and I transformed into you.
You can do that?
I can do that. But the important part is they saw you, and they were very worried, and they wanted to take good care of you. And I don't know, they're here now. Would you want to ask if they maybe want to take you in?
I can't travel with you.
It's dangerous. You know how you were worried yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be like that every day. That's not good.
But you make dangerous things go away.
For a time, but we all slip. And then who's going to take care of you?
She looks around and sees the sprawled out unconscious form of Talon on the side of the vessel and sort of nods a little and goes, "Will you come back and visit?"
Okay. Can I make... Like, I probably am not gonna, right? But is there... Do I believe... Because I don't want to lie to her entirely. But do I believe there is a percentage of a chance that I might swing by this town ever again?
I mean, it's near where you come from, so
That's true.
there's a chance. And you've already had a discussion with Bergram about, you know, where she might go in the future, so you've got that kind of knowledge. So yes, there is indeed a chance that you would be able to see her again if you put your mind to it.
She's going to say, I've heard that we will leave you with some good gold. That might get you some education, which means in the future you might go traveling yourself. And then our paths might cross again. Because that's what I do. I travel.
I might find you.
You might. You even might find someone, you know. So many good people out there. Just be careful, okay? Don't immediately trust everyone. And you might learn some spells as well. I don't know what your plans are for the future. And maybe you can transform too. Isn't that a neat trick?
Never really thought I'd have a future. But
Yeah.
you made me feel like I could get one. If you think this is for the best, I think I can trust you.
Thanks, Buttercup.
And she
You know what?
latches on tight to you, even tighter than before.
She's going to hug her back and like pat her hair and say, this entire ship full of people really want you to have a bright future. And
you begin to feel a small dampness coming from her face, buried in your neck.
I'm gonna wait out a little bit for her to calm down, and when she's ready, we will head out, and maybe Talon will wake up at that point.
Do you want
If
to
not,
give him a
I'll
quick...
yeah. If not, as we are going out, I'm gonna kick him.
Okay, yep. So Talon, you just feel a sudden impact in your thing and you startle awake immediately.
Okay, yeah, Talon has been kicked awake before. He is basically leaping to his feet, like full casting mode, going, oh, we're under attack! What's happening?
Okay, as you leap to your feet, can you make me a wisdom check?
Okay.
Oh no. What'd you do?
Wisdom.
Hey, not
Okay.
bad.
That's a 16.
Yeah, so while Beric obviously dwarfs everyone else, Talon is not exactly a slouch himself. But thankfully, as you do leap to your feet, you recollect that the ceiling here is not high. And so you're able to just about duck and avoid impacting it at some speed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's just like immediate panic, and then he's going to see, the two of them and calm down and like, I'm on the ship, it's fine, I'm among friends kind of thing. But it's just literally a case of, usually when he's been kicked awake before, it's because they're under attack. So it's just like, oh shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Violet is gonna raise her eyebrows as like, okay, that's happening, and she's just gonna like nod towards the entrance and say, "We have visitors. Come on."
Okay. He'll basically calm down and basically pin the sailcloth back for them both.
Okay. So the three of you head out. Beric and Gronda, can you just give me perception checks each, please?
Didn't I already roll this? Oh no, that was yesterday.
So long ago.
11. More.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. 20.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
Both of you, sort of, as the ship is beginning to wake up, and you guys have slept for long enough, you both awaken to the sound of, people calling out and have things going on. So you two are both waking up now as well. I assume you get dressed and begin making your way out to the deck.
Also, before we
Yeah, it'll take me slightly longer because I'm putting on my armor.
Yep.
Yeah. Before we get too far carried along, can I nominate Violet inspiration for that whole conversation?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, Violet, give yourself a point of inspiration.
Oh, thank you. I have one. Can I donate it to Talon? Talon just volunteered himself for an inspiration.
The craftiness of this group.
I didn't know she already had inspiration. I'm sorry.
I should
it's
start
fine,
spending them.
Yes, we'll
I'm
pass
sorry.
it along to Talon.
Thank you very
Yay.
much.
Of course.
Talon, the craftiest way of getting inspiration there ever.
That's
Okay.
not even intentional.
That's what makes it
Sure
even
it wasn't.
craftier. Okay. Yeah, so whilst that's been going on down below, Wesley, you obviously woken up first. You managed to get your clothing on, and as you get on deck, you can see that Farmer Jessup and his husband Miles are both sort of standing there, somewhat awkwardly, not entirely certain of where to stand.
Wesley will approach them and say, "Greetings, Captain Wesley Stormsong, at your service."
Right, we've met before. Good to see you again, Captain.
Well,
To what do we owe this visit?
You don't know? You don't know.
Is Fergrim around?
No, Fergrim went off to go wake up Violet. You honestly have no idea why they're here.
Nope.
I'm captain. What's going on?
To be honest, not the first time I've seen a captain make that statement. Okay. As you sort of saying that, I'll say that Violet wanders up with sort of carrying Ardy even, carrying Ardy, and Talon sort of behind, blinking a little in the sunlight.
Okay. I'm gonna approach them.
And you can see Jessup sort of looking a bit apprehensive, and Miles looking sort of almost like he wants to kind of snatch Ardy from you a little bit.
Oh,
And he goes, we were worried about her, especially after last night.
Right, last night, and Violet's gonna conspiratory look at RD, and like.
Ardy's gonna look very confused.
Well, I did tell her.
Oh, you did actually tell her. Yes, you did tell her.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
And I'm gonna wink.
Yeah,
like...
and she's gonna be like sort of nodding a little bit, and
Okay.
and Miles sort of reaches out, sort of to try and accept Ardy from you.
Before she will hand Ardy over, she will give her like a quick hug and say, "Be good."
I'll
And
be as
hand
good as you are.
Oh no, honey, no!
Oh, I see
Violet
what's
will
going
turn
on.
violet.
Yeah, Wesley's figured it out now.
Did he?
Yeah.
Good.
And yes, as you pass it over to Miles, he goes, "Ah, there's so much lighter without all that seawater."
How many gift subs for TPK? How dare you?
Oh, dear.
1 million.
Hey, Crusade.
1,000.
So, and she will say, "I believe there was some gold promised."
Who are you saying that to? Sorry.
Fulgrim.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I was just wondering if you're saying that to Miles, and it's like, what?
No.
Yeah.
You're buying this child, right?
But Fulgrim basically wants over and goes, says, "This is from the crew, apparently Foltus, and definitely Procran."
Violet will take out the 40 gold that she has and also put it in.
Oh, Talon will add some as well. Actually, no, he's only got 1 gold coin on him, but that's going in.
You were paid. It's
Yeah.
fine.
We'll
Yeah,
sort,
you were
again.
paid.
We'll sort
You
out
can
the
you can
money.
give a share of your
Oh,
pay.
okay. Yeah,
We'll
that's
sort out
Talon
the money. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, well, it's just Talon was completely asleep for all of that, so.
Yeah. Yeah. So yes, as you guys hand over the money and give it to Farmer Jessup, who's looks astonished at the amount of gold there, and he goes, I can't accept this. This is far too much. I mean,
It's for her education and for helping raise her.
and
I think she can accept it, right? And she's going to turn to Ardy and like nod at her.
and Ardy goes, uh-huh.
There you go.
And Miles clutches her close, and Jessup sort of leans in a bit and whispers into your ear, Violet. About Maramon, we went up to the rocks earlier this morning, and because we saw the carrion birds there, and well, it looks like a few folks may have perished.
Oh yeah, that's probably exactly what happened. You might be on the lookout for a halfling individual.
Who's that?
Maybe don't trust.
Don't trust halfling.
Yeah, just don't trust any halflings from now on. Is that
Don't
okay?
trust the walrus.
It's a bit.
Well-
it's a bit racist. Can
Wow.
you give me a bit more to
Wow.
go on, maybe?
I think,
Well,
can
maybe
can we recollect what the halfling looked like?
Okay, I will allow everyone who wants to try and recollect what the halfling looked like right now to make a disadvantage perception check, except for Violet, who's making a regular one because she chased her.
because I did chase her.
yeah, Talon's not going to contribute to that.
I don't think I'll even make one because I don't think I ever had any got a good look at the halfling.
Fair enough.
13.
Well,
The halfling had a beard, right?
I thought it was
Halflings
a
even
woman.
get beards?
What about Talon?
Talon is just saying I didn't get a good look.
Okay.
He'll also say, I think, well, anyone in particular who is interested in Ardy, definitely don't trust them.
And as I hand Violet fucking RD over, can I make sure that they're not an illusion?
What? As in the farmers aren't sort of using the
Yeah.
self.
Because I kind of pulled off the trick, so I'm projected here a little bit, but I'm gonna assume the worst.
Seeing as you're actually
And-
touching Miles, you can make an investigation check with advantage.
Okay. 20.
No, this is you actually. To be honest, the main thing you remember, especially because you were in Ardy's position a few moments ago, last night, the smell of Miles is quite distinctive.
I see. Well, that's actually a good thing in this case. So.
Yeah, it's harder to disguise.
So yes, and as you all sort of begin sort of describing the various aspects of the halfling, Wesley goes about 5'9", and just you just see Violet slap him in the face and go no. And you give a somewhat decent description. A female halfling, roundabout, maybe just 4 foot or so tall. Hazel hair color, and quick. You remember her being very quick, annoyingly so.
Okay. Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I will
And
relay
there was some kind of
everything I know
casting
because
going on.
every bit of information might be vital in this case.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair. And Farmer just goes, "I will be keeping an eye out." And first as Miles has been wanting a child for some time, so this little daughter is a blessing to us. And because I remembered that your friend with the bump, and he sort of points to the forehead, enjoyed it. We bought some pies.
Oh no.
Hi.
That is so sweet.
Hi!
Not in
thank
character,
you.
not in character. In character, I'm squinting my eyes and furrowing my brows.
But yes,
I love pie.
yep, he pulls. He has a small sort of crate of pies next to him.
Okay, yeah.
Awesome.
Violet's just gonna make way for Talon because there's
Yeah.
about to be a pisaker.
No, he's not going to just sit there and eat the pies.
I don't know.
Well, no, it's valuable food. He's going to try and take that off and store it with the other food, but he's
Okay.
like all smiles, going, "Yes, this is amazing. Thank you."
I would also like pie.
There will be pie. There will be pie.
There's plenty of pie for everyone.
Yes.
And you just see Farmer just stand up and turn, and with a bit of seriousness, he addresses sort of Ardy, but also the rest of you. You're more than welcome in our home, young Ardy, but there might be those who are seeking revenge for what's been happening in the past few days. Now, I dare say that the people who've perished deserved it, especially that scum Gilligan. If there's any man who should have just been left upon an island somewhere to never again hurt the people, it was him. But there might be those who seek you harm, so I want you to choose a new name now, young Ardy, that we can call you. And I want you to go by that name, so that we can make sure that we protect you from those that might seek to do you harm, or those that might do it. But you can only tell us. You change your name here so that when young Miss Violet wants to know it, she can find you again. And you see Ardy's brow furrow for a moment, and she actually clambers down from Miles, and she reaches out a hand for you, Violet, and while still holding one hand with Miles. And
I'll hold her hand.
yep, grabs your hand and goes, I like what you call me this morning. I want to be
Buttercup?
Buttercup. Because it's a flower as well.
It is. It is.
And she turns at Wesley and goes, do you think I should be a Buttercup, Wesley?
As you wish.
I hate you all.
Take a point of inspiration there, Wiz.
Oh, I'll hand it to Rita.
Yay!
Barry.
No, I Rita wants it. Barrick doesn't get
Yeah,
it.
screw Barrick. Oh, dear.
No, okay, but thank you.
I'm not entirely certain if Sana was aiding us in that little Princess
I was-
Bride reference, but
I was calling her Buttercup since I met her, so you just didn't
Yeah.
pay attention.
Yeah, that's true enough. I remember that.
So unless there's anything else anyone wishes to talk with Buttercup or the farmers,
Well, Talon will want to say goodbye to her as well.
Yeah.
He'll give her a hug. And as like a parting gift, he'll take one of the beads out of his hair. And put it in hers if she'll let him do that.
Yep, that's fine.
I just
call. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
And he'll just say, I make these beads and I wear them to remember people. So here's one, and I hope you remember us, and may we cross paths again in the future.
She cherishes it. She looks up and, with Miles's help and your help, she manages to thread it through some of her hair and tie it on.
Aye, very well, Buttercup. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Thank you, Dread Pirate. Citizen. Barrick?
Yeah, I'm gonna. While this is happening, I'm gonna call Secundus over.
My
I'm gonna
lord.
ask him, do you have?
Oh God, no
I'm gonna
one.
be quiet to him. Like, Secundus, do you happen to have a spare symbol of Fultus?
Oh my God, no.
Yes.
I'm going to make a roll for this.
Of course he does.
Yes, my lord. I have been carving them since I got aboard the vessel.
Excellent. Can I
He
have one?
he used materials as coat and just pulls them open. It's nothing but Fultus symbols.
Yeah, dozens and dozens of Fultus symbols.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
yeah. I rolled a 77 on my percentile dice there, so you got the lucky sevens.
Okay, so I will take it from Secundus, and I will say thank you to Secundus. Now we'll go, and from a very far, far way away, because I know she's scared of me, I'm going to hold an open hand with the symbol in it towards Buttercup and say, Buttercup, if you wish, you can take this token from me. And me and Fultus will always look out for you and protect you from other people that are scary, okay?
Okay, give me a persuasion roll.
Can I give her an encouraging pat on the shoulder? Maybe that will help because she trusts me.
Give me a persuasion roll with advantage because Violet is
Hey!
assisting.
Thank you. 15.
You see Buttercup gently reach up, take the symbol, and then take a few steps forward and wrap around your leg and just go, "You're not like the other scary men. You helped me, and I won't forget it."
This is the greatest gift you could have ever given me. And I will pat her on the head very softly until she'll and then I assume she lets go.
Yeah, but after a short bit. Grondar, you want to do anything?
I'll approach if she lets me, and I'll lean down to her a bit. As someone who also grew up as an orphan before they found someone to take care of them, try to put the past behind, make better memories, and cherish those always. You're not alone now.
Yeah, as you crouch down, she reaches up and gives you a bit of a hug and whispers into your ear, "They told me you were a kitty."
I turn into a kitty sometimes, and I'll return the hug and pat her on the back of it.
You should purr for her.
I count in this form. I wish.
Yes, when he gets the wish spell, that will be what he uses on, the ability to purr in this form.
Oh God.
Yes.
We got 3 wishes. I want to purr. full.
Don't take this away from me.
Yep. So as you say your goodbyes, Farmer Jessup and his husband Miles make their way onto the.
Is Mrs. Miles?
Mrs. Miles is indeed the nickname that Farmer Jessup's given to his husband. But they get onto their little rowboat. It's quite small, and with the addition of Buttercup, it's actually a little unsteady. But you can see that they're used to it. And they begin to row away, and as they row, Miles on the oars and Farmer Jessup taking control of the helm, you just see Buttercup standing up, sort of clutching onto Farmer Jessup's shoulder and waving as she sails away.
Well, it's gonna wave until they're impossible to see anymore.
Mm-hmm. Tyler will wave as well.
Yeah, you're not alone as a large amount of the boat joins you on this escapade. Including Secundus, who bellows loudly, "Foltus will protect you, I swear it!"
Oh,
Well, at this point, as Pythar comes to you, Wesley, and informs you that all the repairs are complete, do you wish to rename the vessel?
Yep.
I honestly, in my
actually,
mind, I actually have this sort of stat screen opened up with, like, what do you wish to call
I
the vessel?
I have an amazing name. Okay, before we change it to the stupid thing we thought of first.
Can I say my amazing name first?
oh my god, everybody's got an amazing name.
First.
All right. The two of you roll a d10. Yeah. Whoever rolls highest gets to say the name first.
Okay.
Oh god.
Big out loud.
9.
8.
Oh,
Damn it.
Where's luck
The
again?
The Golden Storm.
The Golden Storm.
Okay,
Like
people will
pee?
think that's about pee.
Yeah.
No.
The
Okay, I
urine
was
storm.
thinking Buttercup's Adventure.
No.
I was thinking an innocent traveler.
What? I think we should name it after Buttercup because she's so cute.
Yeah, let's not draw attention to this child that just got her name changed. Oh no, let's name a giant ship after her.
We won't tell anyone. Like, that's... What?
That's a bad idea. It's a good name, but it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I like the name, but I agree with Violet on the fact that I don't think we should draw attention.
We're definitely not calling it the Pea Storm.
No.
But Gold is one of Foltis' scholars. Foltis is the god of pee.
Yeah,
No,
but the
Foltis is
gold
the god of
storm
light and
definitely
dark.
pee.
What about Lightwalker?
Ooh, I like Lightwalker.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
The Lightwalker.
Gromdar?
I'm fine with it as long as you get on with it. I've never really understood the necessity of naming ships.
Oh yeah, well how about this? Mages should be free.
You are
How's that
free.
for a name of the ship?
Okay, so Walker, I take it is.
Light walker. Or light water. Light walker or light water?
Lightwalker.
Walker is better.
No,
Okay.
Walker's
Okay.
better.
Okay, so with the new name being given, you follow the instructions that were given to you by Auntie Tina, and bless the new ship's name, the Light Walker. Is another Light Walker.
Oh,
That's why I like it.
And I ruined it already. How fascinating. And
I don't mind it, even then.
And as you
We are the better light worker. Let's just call it that. The better light
the
worker.
better Light Walker, okay. So as you go forth, Wesley, I assume you take your position at the helm.
I will assume the position, yes.
At the helm, good.
Yes.
And as the
Good knowing of ship things there.
as the tide begins to change, you pipe up to the to Pytar and the other crewmen in the rigging, and the strongest members of the crew, which I'm going to assume is probably Gromdar and Beric, you two go to the anchor capstan and begin to pull in the anchor, and as the sails descend and you make your way and the air fills them, you leave upon the sea.
We're on our way to Hakan, people! Woo!
Hooray!
It's happening.
It's happening!
Hooray!
We're one
They've-
aquatic encounter table away from Hakan.
They finally left the starting area.
Tutorial complete.
Now,
Dun, 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 dun.
You know, side quests.
I remember when I was mocked heavily for staying too long in White Orchard in Witcher 3, but you know, this takes the
You didn't
cake.
stay there too long. What?
It's
Hey
fine.
boy. So yes, it's a healthy sea breeze filling the air as you begin your movement down south of Seawards, heading towards the Narendrian current, which whips around the Bay of Ferdalade, taking you towards Akan as you make your way towards it. It's a journey you've made before, Wesley, whilst you were traveling with your father aboard his vessel.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll let you make a pilot water vehicles check with advantage just to see how she goes.
17. Thank God for that advantage.
Yep. So pretty smooth sailing, all things considered. And as you make your way towards this area, what are the rest of you doing as Wesley sails the vessel?
I would like to check on my compass to see if we're still going. If it didn't move.
It's moved like slightly, as in like just a few degrees, but it is still prominently pointing eastward.
Alright, a few degrees might actually be quite a distance. Quite a distance.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the best lead I got. So I keep at it.
Well, on the initial kind of launch, I guess Talon is going to be settled right at the front, at the very prow of the ship, just kind of for the best view of the ocean as we set sail, because this is
Won't that aggravate your stomach again?
Well, I'm hoping Talon is over that now.
Well, there's only one way for us to find out. I suppose it's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no! Are you
yourself.
really going to make me roll another
Are you
Constitution saving?
serious?
Just because I can, yes.
Oh dear. We still have medicine, it's fine. Oh.
21!
Nice.
Sea legs!
Yes.
Ahoy!
Yep, you've grown sea legs, says Pytar as he sees you on the front of the vessel, and you quickly look around to make sure you haven't accidentally grown additional legs again.
Again.
Yeah.
The
Again.
centaur Talon.
Again.
Yeah, it's a funny story that I will not be sharing. But no, Talon is he's just sitting up there at the thing, and he's got a device in his lap that he's just it's just mostly just resting in his lap. He occasionally just kind of spins a cog, which causes more stuff to go on the inside of it. But he's just sitting there, kind of very zen, really, just watching the sea as we're sailing outward.
Good stuff. Beric, what will you be up to?
Well, I due to the commotion earlier, I kind of missed my morning prayer, so I'll get that out of the way first.
Yep, Secundus is quite willing to help you with your devotions.
Mm-hmm. And once I'm done with that, I'm going to see if I can find Thomas.
Thomas is currently doing a few ship tasks, just making sure that the lines are good and tight. But yeah, as you approach, he turns and goes, Sire, right?
Just Beric will do, Thomas.
Okay. Just Beric? Or is it Beric the Just? I'm confused.
You don't play the fool. You are not that. You know my meaning.
What can I do for you?
I wanted to thank you for telling the truth yesterday. Or 2 days past now already, I think.
About Kieran and Bilal.
Yeah.
Captain's still got one here.
Yes, he seems to have talked him down without even knowing what he was doing while he was giving out the loot. I didn't think he had it in him, but perhaps there's more of a leader in him than I was first expecting.
I'm still a bit worried. I mean, does Falumia have the whole story about the scorpion and the frog?
Of course.
He points at Belial and goes, "Scorpion."
Yes. Perhaps. Are you happy, Thomas?
I'm sailing again. That's always a good thing. Bit worried about going to Hakan, if that's where we're heading.
Oh, do you know the place?
I mean, it's the Alliance.
They do not know who you are. It'll be fine.
Maybe, but... I mean, you changed the name, but the vessel's still got slaver slats in it. We ain't gonna be able to fix that.
No, I have thought of that. But it seems like the rest of the crew is not quite agreeing with the necessity of removing those.
Well, we can't remove them right now.
No, but
We
originally
agreed.
when we were...
We agreed, but there was no way to do it in Seaworth.
You're not here, one. Two,
Blah, blah, blah.
my original point was we should go to a different port, get them removed, and then sail to Hakan.
Well, can't do that either, can we, sir? I mean, it's what Gleam's using to not, fall over. Should probably go see to Gleam as well, sir. We've been doing the best, but, we don't really know horses.
I will spend some time with Gleam. He deserves it.
You see,
a more stalwart companion you cannot ask for.
You hear a small gasp behind you, and as you look around, Secundus is there, looking heartbroken.
Oh dear.
Yeah, yes. Oh yes.
Secundus.
Juicy.
You are sure to be stalwart, but are you a steed of mighty standing?
But what are you hung?
I could try and carry you, my lord. And he walks forwards.
Oh no!
Desperately tries to pick you up.
You are exactly good enough at exactly the things you are good at, as Foltest has made you. And while you might not be stalwart, you are cunning and ingenious.
My lord.
Roll for deception.
That was a compliment, not a lie.
You called him a genius, and he's jealous
and
over
no,
a
I
horse.
said he was ingenious.
Compared to a horse.
Compared to a horse,
Yes,
exactly.
let's compare this poor man to a horse.
Well, he doesn't need to know that context. Anyway, as he tries desperately to pick me up, I will hold his shoulder and slightly shove him off of me.
Okay.
You have been nothing but good fortune and help to me since I have released you from your bonds. Do not worry.
Yes, my lord.
Does he look completely downcast now?
He looks... Actually, give me an insight check.
Okay. Oh, insight! Critical roll. 23.
He actually looks a little troubled, as if there was something he sort of wants to talk to you about, but he's kind of... he hasn't really gotten to the point where he can talk to you about it.
Secundus, follow me to the hold. We need to take care of Gleam.
At once, my lord.
And when we get there, I will get the brush and I will start brushing off Gleam, but I will always say, Secundus, your face is like an open book. What troubles you?
I should have known I could have hidden nothing from your light, my lord. I wonder, my lord, is it truly best for a mage to be in control of this vessel?
Wow.
I will raise one of my eyebrows at him and say, You are referring to Wesley being a sorcerer of some kind.
I'm sure he is not like those of the Empire, but their power is of man, not of God. He should...
Secundus! There is no such thing. Are you saying that magic, as wielded by mages, arcanists, is not of God? Did Foltest not create this world? Did he not put us on it? Did the other gods under his tutelage not spread the knowledge of the world to their followers?
But there are dark powers that can grant magic as well, my lord. I've heard the stories. Those who would seek deals with beings of lower planes, and devils and demons and such, and if the power is not directly from the divine, then can we trust it? I mean, don't forget the Empire razed Volumia to the ground and destroyed many holy texts.
Perhaps they destroyed physical texts. But we are still here, and thus Volumia was never destroyed, just suppressed.
I'm still concerned, my lord.
I understand your concern, but it is my honest belief that we should look to the men and women of this world on their deeds, and not on who they are. Wesley has given his own life, he endangered his own life to save children. He tried to defy me when he thought those people were trying to hurt a child. He has been fair with handing out the treasure and the wages, and while he might not be the most stalwart leader, he is certainly a good man. And you're saying that just because he was gifted by the gods with power upon his birth, he should be shunned? I do not believe that this is the right way, not the way of Foltest.
Perhaps what you say is true, my lord, but you have never been under the heel of a mage. When I was forced to travel with Gilligan, his mage did terrible things, used his arcane ability to harm us. I just ask you, my lord, to be careful around the Arcanists. Perhaps what they intend to do is benign, but they cannot be trusted.
Secundus, it pains me to see you in such doubt. I have said my piece, and I'm hoped I've made an impression upon you.
My lord.
It is always the deeds of men you should look at, not of what their flesh is made of. And if Wesley was a dark sorcerer who summoned demons to his bidding and sacrificed children to gain power, then you would be true. You would have a truth in facts. But Wesley is just a sailor boy who wants to be a captain. That he was born with powers beyond his ken is the matter of the gods, and not of you or I.
I will try, my lord, to be as open-minded as you.
Tell me this. The race of this mage that Gilligan employed, if you see one more of them, will you also say they are evil for being the same as the mage? It was one of them who held you under heel, no doubt. Or do you not see the folly? Yes. And are there no good drows?
Well, I mean, I've only met the one, and he tortured me. So...
And so, if you meet a priest of Foltus who happens to be a drow, you will say, this man is an impostor, he cannot possibly be this pious, for he is a drow? Because that seems to be the distinction you are making between mages as well.
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Persuasion. That's not very good. A 10.
He looks at you and goes, Perhaps I am wrong, my lord, but I would rather your safety than my incorrectness.
Will let go of his shoulder, step back, and turn back to Gleam. Secundus, you have been a pious follower and an excellent friend. But this fear, let it not stand between you and the light. You are dismissed.
Yes, my lord. He walks away. Okay.
And I will spend the next little while making sure that Gleam is completely in tip-top shape.
Yeah, it takes a little longer than normal. The salt air is affecting Gleam a bit, and takes a little bit of time to fully straighten the hair.
I'll also give his if his hooves have any growths, I will give him a clipping.
Okay. Is there anything else anyone wants to do, or shall we continue with the sailing?
Continue with the sailing.
Continue with the sailing.
Aye.
Okay.
For the rest of it, I think Violet will pinch some of the books from Captain's cabin and just spend the rest of it in below, just reading.
What kind of books?
What does he have there?
Well, that depends. Are you asking him to show you around his books, or are you literally sneaking in because some of them he's locked up?
Well, they don't belong to him, right? It's Minotaur's book.
There are some of his books as well, because they're the arcane books that he has.
I'm just gonna walk in when nobody's there and just like take a couple of books and go below.
Couple random books.
Couple of random books that... Okay, that looks interesting, not like list of vegetables.
Okay,
But he's Farmer Greenhoof.
give me a couple percentile checks.
Okay. Couple? Two?
Two, because you're getting 2 books. Okay. The first book you get is like one of the most exciting titles you've seen. Oh, and it's basically Beasts and Creatures of the Sea.
Ooh, I like that.
Yep. The next book you get, it also had a very interesting cover. Unfortunately, when you finally read it, what it reads in is how to prepare the meat of beasts and creatures of the sea.
These two go together pretty well, actually.
Yeah, they seem to have been written next to each other, and as you peruse them, you hear about some of the more deadly creatures on the thing. You know, the great walkers, massive leviathans, krakens, kraken whales, which are like krakens and whales hybrids that have just gone mad.
Oh my.
Yeah, can I study that book like real good?
Sure, yeah, you can start reading it.
Okay, I will.
Might come in handy. Right. Is there anyone else plan to do anything? Or because otherwise I'm going to sort of start fast forwarding a bit and basically it'll be 3 days. It's the next
Okay,
one.
well, Talon, won't be loafing at the front of the ship for the entire thing. He just wants to sleep a bit. But he'll be trying to help out around the ship.
Yep.
Who else is kind of in and around and on deck, just generally helping?
Well, it's pretty much our whole crew sort of dots around. You've got Paitai, you've got Belial, you've got Thomas, Secundus is there every now and then. Fergrim helps out when he can.
And out of this lot?
Any of you want to be out on deck doing ship chores?
Of course.
Anyone else?
Okay, well, Talon will strike a conversation with Gromdar then. As they're both working.
I think I talked enough for a little bit here.
Yeah, and I'm reading a book.
Oh,
I'm captaining the ship.
Yeah, that's fine. Where are you from, Gromdar? We haven't had a chance to talk much.
that's an interesting question.
I'm interested.
I grew up, if you could say that, in the capital of Larendros. Where I'm from, I don't actually really know.
That makes two of us, actually.
Really?
Hmm.
How come you don't know your place of birth then?
I only have the memories of the last 8 years.
Amnesiac?
I think so. Is that the right word for it?
It is a word for someone who has forgotten most things of their life. Yes.
Yeah. I don't think it's so much forgotten. I honestly believe I've been protected. I was sent to Gazette by my patron.
You were sent to that hellhole?
Yes,
People don't
to help.
survive going there. Why would they send you there?
People do survive. They live there. I lived there for those ages. It
Okay,
is.
DM, you're checking. You don't survive in cassettes. Is this what
That's a
Gromdar
commonly
knows?
held belief.
You do. It is surviving. It's day by day, and it is a hard life. But I did absolutely everything I could for the group, the family. He'll tap the mark on the sash on his arm. The Crimson Flame.
Have I heard of that?
Make an intelligence check.
Okay. Intelligence, you say. 11?
You can't see who that now.
The Crimson Claim.
Flame,
And
yeah.
Who are they and what do they do?
It's the name of our, well, guess you could call it a tribe, but it's, I mean, we're not related by blood as such, but we are a family. Our leader, Tusk, well, he did lead us well to begin with, but
Something happened.
he was badly injured. And after that injury, he became selfish and paranoid. particularly when my ability to heal came to light.
Why would that turn him selfish and paranoid?
He feared for his mortality, and
Your
in the
ability
end,
to heal made him fear for his life?
no, it was more the injury itself. But because of my abilities, I was kept no better than a slave than the people that we have been freeing. I didn't want to leave my group, but it became very, very clear to me that I could not serve my patron nor help my family if I stayed in that situation. I had to leave. I couldn't live under Tusk's heel any longer.
I see. And what are your goals now, then?
Well, I am seeking a means to free my family from the life that they live.
Well, if you're willing to put the trust in them, the Templar could help you. Because I'm sure they will be very keen on any information from inside Kassetch.
Well,
If the place can be traversed.
It can be traversed. What Kassetch needs is, well, it needs stability, and unfortunately, there are many, many dangerous creatures that dwell there that make such a stability impossible. We cannot stay. I mean, we were living in that village in Seawoods for a few days. I've never seen anything like it. You just can't stay in one place long enough to build a cairn, let alone a home in one place. You would just get devoured.
So I feel the need to ask, what stops your family from leaving Kassetch and finding its fortune elsewhere?
Borderlands, mainly. They're often guarded, usually treacherous. I was able to leave because traveling alone, I am naturally very agile. I was able to get out, but getting the entire group out with the elderly, well, what elderly we have, any wounded, it would be impossible. And I haven't found a way that I could get the whole family out safely.
I can't promise anything right now.
I don't expect a promise.
But maybe if you can provide information of Kassetch, perhaps an expeditionary force could be sent in there to retrieve them, bring them to Lorendros, maybe give them some new lives. They accept everyone.
How far away is Narendros? I'm afraid I know very little of the world.
Do you know distances in Mesha?
In days' travel, mainly.
Well, I suppose, DM, do we have a map on the ship? As in, not a hyper detailed map, but basically rough distance map. DM?
Sorry?
Do we have a map on the ship?
Oh, yes, many maps.
Okay. I'll show you on the map later on, but it will be quite a trip.
Yeah. In fact, if you want to go up, I mean, like I said, this is sort of vaguely taking part over a 3-day period. Then you can certainly reveal to him this large map of the continent now being shown on stream.
I'm trying to surmise the best method of extracting his tribe from Kassetch and getting them to the Alliance.
And you can indicate that you're starting here, where this line goes, and the journey the ship takes will be first off heading this way, get into a current.
Yep.
Then heading this way. And then as the current begins to turn this way, you'll head off this way. And that will take you over here to Hakan, this here being Hakan.
Okay, so that's the possibility. So where is Narendros? I can't find it on the map.
Lorendros is this circle here at the top.
I think I need to reload
Right.
the page because if you're pinging, I'm not seeing it.
No,
It's on the stream.
Right, I see where he's coming. Okay, so
On the
that
stream.
I appreciate your offer for help, but that is half the world away. I'm not sure we will all survive that journey.
Okay, maybe not Larendros, but Southern Testa. It is nowhere near as dangerous as such, and it's... Wait, before I make any promise, do I know that Southern Testa is... Well, I think mostly anywhere in the world is more safer than Kasech.
Yeah, it's finding a place that would take us and negotiating safe passage, but
yeah, you'd be very convinced that Southern Destar is safer than Kasech.
But I mean, the whole reason, usually the story for all of our followers, all of us, is that being lost to the world in the crater is preferable to the lives that they previously left, at least until we arrive. Just, it's a common story that they were fleeing something. We all had our, they all had reasons to leave. I was delivered.
Delivered to Kasech?
By my patron, by the power that grants me my abilities.
Do you know the name of your patron?
We're still on the map. Sorry.
That's true. We can go back.
No, I do not know the name, but I know their intention. Feel very strongly their intention and what they want me to help do to heal the world. This world has been badly wounded, and I do not know the path, but I want to heal those. Or
I'm
at least...
afraid, Talon. Perhaps you could heal the world, but you can never give it back its innocence.
It's not, but well, there are scars that could be recovered. There was a
You told me a
war.
lot of your side. Do you have any question of mine?
What is life like there? There are a few who have travelled. I think I have met one person from the land that you speak of, and they would tell me nothing. What is life like?
It gives hope. It is steadily growing. People are coming, try to pitch in, find new lives, and given purpose and opportunities to do so. It is a huge city.
What can you tell me about these gauntlets?
Have you heard of the war between the Empire and the Alliance?
The only thing I really know about the war is that ended with the creation of Kasech.
That was one of the things, as well as the creation of the Clankers, as some call them.
Yes, we fight those. Many of those. Those are death on feet and wheels.
A horrendous creation of the war. And yet, at the time, I was told it made so much sense that we needed something to fight the Empire with. And even so now, so many are paying the cost for that decision.
Paying for it how?
Magic was the thing that was used against us the most in the war. And and after it ended, a lot of people took a dim view on Arcanists as a whole, and many were proposing for the banning of magic and the persecution of its practitioners. Remind me, DM, which country in the alliance was the one who's most vocal about anti-magic?
Yes, the nation, that one you recognize. That's Hashlia.
Hashlia, what's that?
It's just
The red one in the middle.
Yeah, it's next to Northern
Yeah.
Jester. Hashlia was one of the, I guess you could call it battleground nations during the war. It suffered a lot.
Now, Hashlia was vocal in this. However, we had just gotten out of a war, and we didn't really want to start another genocide. And I couldn't stomach that idea, so they came up with a compromise. Is that Arcanists will be monitored, in a sense. If they just went about their daily lives and used their magic for good and with a good head on their shoulders, it will not be a problem. But if they would attack people, the Gauntlet would notify the Templars, who will then be sent to deal with the situation.
So there would be Mark. Okay.
Of sorts, yes.
Can I ask a meta question? Because that actually surprised me.
Sure, I can't necessarily promise I'll answer it, but you can certainly try.
As an owner of the Gauntlet somehow can decide if attacking someone was right or wrong, or is it something he just says?
No, so what you're aware of as a Gauntlet is if you attack a guard or someone who is wearing this sort of kind of like it's similar to a Gauntlet. It marks them as being someone who is, sort of like the law, as it were, of that area.
So it's just protection for people who are basically Templar allied.
Effectively, yes.
Okay, I thought I missed something. Never mind. Continue.
I'm sorry. In that case, I'd like to amend to that, as in if you attack an official in the alliance.
Yeah.
Whilst wearing a gauntlet.
Yes.
Okay. So, what about people who aren't magic who attack the alliance? Because
the system has its flaws. The idea is that they will call for God, and then if the God is attacked, they will be notified. But if they escape before the God arrives there, then it goes unmonitored.
So, in my eyes, that amounts to persecution of a sort. And see why Violet is so upset now.
You will notice that his head sags on this, as in. Actually, roll insight with the advantage.
Insight, you say? Right, with advantage, that's an 11.
Okay, you will just notice that he's trouble about this.
Yeah, okay, so he can clearly... So Talon is getting from that the points that he's making, do have some ground, at least as far as Gromdara is concerned.
Yeah, however, he will say, it is persecution. There's no other word for it. But the alternative at the time was genocide. And if we lifted this monitoring now, it could endanger the alliance by having Hashlia leave us out of disgust.
So,
I know it's not the best solution, but it is what we have at the moment.
this is what I mean by a wounded world. But yeah.
My aim is, I will say this. I haven't seen it often, but there are rumors that some Templars will harass even those who willingly wear the gauntlets. I do not tolerate that. If you wear the gauntlet, it means you have shown some measure of trust or alliance and put some hope in it. I will not tolerate any wearer of the gauntlet to be persecuted or
What
mistreated.
What of Arcanists who don't wear gauntlet, like me?
That might come as a bit of a surprise to you, Gromdar, because thus far, the majority of Talon's magic has appeared to be, well, divine in nature, sort of healing and etc.
I have seen him throw bolts, fists at people, though.
I mean, the majority has been healing, and that's sort of cleric and paladin stuff. So.
Sure.
Yeah, actually, he will blink a few times. I'm sorry, I thought you had a patron. I thought you were your power came from the divine.
My patron has made it very clear that they are no god, and my powers are
That's
not divine.
I'm actually have to ask DM. What do warlocks fall under? Those who derive the power from patrons that are not necessarily divine.
They're a bit of an interesting one. See, most warlocks, so unlike wizards who have to undergo study and sorcerers who are just inborn of it, warlocks can basically go from having 0 power to having 100% power pretty much immediately. You know, it's like, I made a deal, boom! So a lot of the people who do that, they tend to be criminal elements anyway, so they don't really accept the gauntlet. Pretty much so, if they are found to be arcanists in nature, they're given strict instructions to either wear a gauntlet or, well, you know, die. Because they tend to be criminal when they do that. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're given a straightforward thing that when they get caught, of gauntlet or prison, as it were. Also, one thing about the gauntlet you might want to remember, because you would know this, is that there is the option of joining the military, which does that opens up a whole load of other options for gauntlet wearers.
Yes.
Can I ask a question in meta, actually?
Okay, but quickly. Yep, go for it, Barrett.
Do people know the difference between divine patrons and arcane patrons?
Well, again, most warlock patrons, it's about how they utilize the magic, I suppose. So, but when you say divine patron, are you talking about like cleric magic?
Well, what if a warlock pretends that his patron is divine?
No, one of the patron types, and this is a meta question. Rita knows this. I don't think that Barry does. But one of the types is a celestial. You can be a warlock to a celestial, meaning a servant of a god. So that is divine magic, but not gained through devotion, but through a pact with an angel, basically.
A lot of that sort of depends on the warlock at that stage.
Right.
Well, it's a good you point out as it means now, Talon, because see, the lawman in me would insist you accept the gauntlet. However, you seem more of a cleric, and you.
Clerics I'm sorry. What do you mean by a cleric? Are they arcanists as well? They use magic.
Oh, they are. What is the term for it? A specific word. They're instruments of the god's will. They channel their power. Like Barrack does.
I see.
And technically you are doing that as well for someone of divine magic. I've heard of warlocks being people who made deals with the demons and devils and other unsavory things to gain power, but I've never really seen a warlock heal. So I won't really classify you as such either.
Well, I don't remember the specifics of the. Well, I know that I accepted the abilities that I had in exchange for doing my utmost to help not just the people of Kazech, but the people of the world. That is,
So you accepted power, but it was to help people directly.
yes. That that is why I wield the power that I do.
You could, if our travel takes us to Larendros, and I have reason to believe it may I suggest one thing?
Yes.
Walk its streets, see the kind of city and the land it is, and then maybe decide if you want to put your trust in that nation, and maybe accept a gauntlet.
Well, I would hope to see much of the world eventually. If I am to help any nation, I would need to understand it. I know for a fact that as much as I want to help, my group and Kazech as a whole, it will take a monumental force to do so. The beasts and the clankers are rife.
I don't doubt that, but I must warn you as well. As we're heading into Akan and the Alliance, if you're using these powers without a gauntlet, the Templars will be called.
And it might be best for my safety to accept the gauntlet as soon as I arrive. I have no wish to deceive the Alliance in my nature.
I thank you for that.
I think it might be safe. I mean, it would mark me in terms of this defense mechanism that the Alliance is using, but I can't see any reason why I would need to attack their guard. So,
Again, probably to end the scene a bit, if you wish, I'm gonna pick up that letter with, the sign of a noble house of Akan
Mhm.
and say, no reason to attack a god. I hope that to be true as well.
And as you two continue discussing the minutiae of gauntlets and etc., and we fade from that conversation.
Oi, no lollygagging.
Yep. Wesley begins to channel his captaincy and instruct the crew onwards. Yes, time begins to pass. Now, once again, it's going to take some time to get all the way to Hakam. So we have a bit of a free-flowing thing here. If there's anything that people want to discuss, perhaps Talon, you'd like to discuss gauntlets with the people who wear them.
He's tried once with Violet already. He'll probably go and have a quick word with Wesley and ask him about.
You never asked me about the gauntlet. What?
He did. He did. I did ask you about.
I would have a lot to say about the fucking gauntlets. Let me tell you.
I think you mistook the question about the scars. Actually, he was asking about the gauntlet, but you.
Yeah, but you asked it in the middle of Violet arguing with.
I probably did. Yeah. Well, either way, Talon remembers asking Violet and not
That's
getting
fair.
very fast. So he's going to ask Wesley next.
Fair enough.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. Before we jump straight into that, because Talon's obviously had a fair chance.
Yeah. Please do.
Beric, Violet, do you have anyone you'd like to chat to and sort of like say about 3 days worth of travel?
I'm good.
Well, okay, so I do kind of want to have the similar conversation that I had with Violet, with Talon, and also with Gromdar. Problem is do you really want me to spend the next hour of the stream doing that?
Well, it's D&D, mate. We go as our characters tell us to. So
okay, fair enough.
Nice.
So then I will. Yeah, at some point we'll take Talon first. To the side.
Okay.
And Wesley would probably, when he's not too busy captaining the ship, when the sailing is smooth and he can hand the wheel over to Fergrim, he'll be getting to know his crew and he also wants to have a word with Violet.
Alright, for the getting to know your grouping, give me a couple of raw charisma rolls to see how that sort of goes. Yeah, two of them.
Okay. $21.
Yeah, not bad.
Two of them, so one more, please.
Oh, 2.
Yeah.
And 15.
Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, you're sort of getting to know a few people. Secundus, you get to know briefly, and then he keeps coming back to you with, "So, have you considered more of joining the Church of Foltus, my Lord Captain?"
I think captaining the ship is currently my full-time occupation, but thank you for the offer.
And you see him take notes in a little notebook every time you address him and have a chat with him. And yes, you get to know a few more people. Belial seems to be warming a bit to you as you go on, although he's still a little cautious around you. Like he's not entirely certain what happened to Kieran, which is causing him distress. You had a question?
When I get to Thomas, I also want to have a more in-depth conversation with him.
Thomas?
Yeah.
Sure. Yep. You, so after looking around, you find Thomas. He's washing some clothing by throwing it over the side of the boat and swirling it around and then bringing it back on board. Yes.
I'll
Captain.
Thomas, and I'll take him a bit to the side. Make sure nobody else is around for this.
Okay.
I would like to apologize.
For knocking me out?
Yes, but truth is, I didn't trust you. You sailed under Bloodhoof. You were part of a slaver crew. But you have given Varric warning, and therefore me as well. I thank you for that.
The truth be told, Captain, I never intended to sail on a slaver crew. I signed up on a jaunty and, well, Bloodhoof came across the boat and gave us a straightforward option. The crew or the shackles. And I'm sorry to say that I wasn't of good enough character to choose the shackles over the man holding the lash.
Few people would. Don't worry too much about that.
You had no reason to do right by me, and you did so anyway. I can't say I'm the bravest man, but I'll try and stay true to you at the very least.
And I believe you. Thank you.
Aye. Thanks, Captain.
Of course. As you were.
Yep, and he goes back to dealing with the laundry. Okay. Anyone else who wants to talk to specifically, Wesley?
Hold on.
He's checking his notes.
I think he wanted to talk to Violet, but also Barrick wanted to talk to someone.
Yeah, I knew this would happen. It's a session of everyone pulls
I
up.
wanted to talk to Violet as well.
Okay, so
probably similar to my quarters.
Right, so let me just get crack down who got. Barrick wants to talk to Gromda and Talon. Wesley wants to talk to Violet. Violet doesn't want to
Violet
talk to
wants
anyone.
for everybody to leave her alone, but
Violet
she
doesn't
will
want to talk to anyone.
be summoned.
Yep, that's fair. Gromda, do you want to talk to anyone?
I'm fine with talking, but there's no one I want to talk to in particular.
And Talon wants to talk to Wesley.
Yes.
Whoa. Yes, this is the session of
I can
everyone pulls
probably-
everyone aside.
Okay.
Oh god.
Okay, wait. Yeah, well, it's 3 days, right? And these conversations are like 10 minutes, so
Yeah,
it's
I know,
not that
I know.
weird.
Okay, so
Okay, let me rephrase then, because if it's too much, I'll be fine talking just with Talon for now, and we can do Gromdar's conversation another time.
we'll do Barrack and Talon first, because Rita's been in the wings for a while. So
That's not.
do you not want to go first, or?
No, I do want to go first, but it's like it's not no issue. It's no worry. It's just like
Okay. So
people want to interrupt me again.
So Talon, as you're wandering around the vessel on one of these 3 days, a mailed hand claps you on the shoulder and Barrack pulls you aside. Not like that.
Gently. Talon, a word?
Of course, Barrack.
I just wanted to have a conversation because it seems like we have barely spoken, even though we have been traveling for a while together.
Well, matters have tended more towards the necessity of survival more than anything else. If not for us directly, then the lives of others.
Well, now we are safe. The ship shall safeguard our lives until we arrive.
Yes, and much more stable than previously.
Why would you say we're safe when DM is sitting right there?
Because it's more interesting if we aren't.
Yeah.
Being proven wrong is fun. Right, what was I saying? Right. I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
It seems your magic is similar to mine, or perhaps of that of a cleric's. But then you have abilities I've never seen a cleric wield, such as those punches that you do. Might I ask where your strengths flow from?
They flow from my patron.
Patron? So you are a cleric. Which god do you follow?
I do not know my patron's name. I only know their intention.
You do not know their name?
I know that they are not a god. They were
not a god.
That is what they advise. They were not to be worshipped as a god. They are, and my powers were granted under the direction that I would use them to help the people of the world. And
that is a noble cause.
I have consulted with Gromdar on this topic, and if I am honest, I would not know whether I am an arcanist or a cleric. I seem to lie somewhere between.
You get half a
Gromdar. Gromdar and the Templars as a whole have some strange beliefs regarding mages. You should not take his.
Yes, we touched upon that, but it may be best for the group and for my safety as a whole to accept the role as an arcanist and all that would require of me. I think it would be best.
Are you sure about that?
I am still thinking on it, but I would like to talk to the other arcanists about it before I finally decide. But
if you want my grain of salt on the matter,
please. You are a divine caster, I understand.
I assumed I was one of a pair, but I suppose I am the only one.
Well,
Cultus gives me strength, and that strength is born of an oath, of a pact similar of yours. But Fultus's divine nature is, of course, not in question. Still, the way your magic works, and even some of the spells I've seen you cast, they are very clearly divine magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I do not think that you would there is no reason for you to tell people you're an arcanist. Well, you're clearly not. Perhaps you are somewhere in the middle. But I'm not so sure. And about the Templars. It's my personal belief that they are mistaken in their persecution.
Mistaken or
not-
not, they hold a great deal of power, and as my conversations with Gromdal, they were put in a rather uncompromising position.
Uncompromising, yeah. Let me tell you, when I grew up, I met my fair share of corruption within people who I thought were pious and just. There's no organization that has no bad acts. Even mine will have someone in there who has taken a step on the wrong path. I would not put my trust in anything less than a divine source. But do what you will. Shackle your well-gained powers to their will, if you wish. Free will and all that.
Sorry, I believe I interrupted your questions.
Yeah, sir, that was a bit of a rant, I suppose. No. I was just wondering about you in general. You said you were from Gazech?
Yes, I was placed there.
Placed there?
By my patron.
So that is not where you started?
I don't know where I was starting. I was a young child when I arrived.
Huh.
Well, I remember the last 8 years.
The more you speak, the more I think your patron be divine in nature and truth, and only his own word to countermand it.
All I know is my patron made it clear that they were not to be worshipped as a god.
Perhaps a lesser deity who does not wish to be revealed. Anyway, thank you for this conversation. It's always enlightening knowing your allies. And I am gladder still for you to stand on by my side.
Thank you, Barrett.
And the two of you, and I assume, finish up your conversation.
There wasn't any questions about Wesley that you wanted to ask?
I've been thinking about it, and I feel like if I force the issue too much, even though he's been doing a pretty good job, then it's unnatural.
You have been noticing, Beric, over the past 3 days that Wesley has been deliberately taking an interest in his crew, finding out what things are, and in general, commanding quite well. In fact, so well you notice that Fergrim has begun drinking again.
Okay, so my Discord glitch, and I did not hear the thing just before you started laughing.
Fergrim has begun drinking again. That's it. That's how confident. God. Yeah, that's how confident he is in Wesley's performance.
Oh no.
Yeah, to be quite honest, any questions you said about Wesley, Tyler would just say, look, he is running the ship, and as far as I can see, it's not going down. That seems like a good thing.
Okay. Right. Okay then. And again, at some point in the 3 days, Violet, when you're desperately trying to ignore and get everyone to piss off, somehow Wesley makes it through the field.
Who did he send?
No, he came himself.
I thought he sent for me. Okay.
I'm assuming you went yourself, didn't you, Wesley?
I want to talk to her in absolute private. So I was thinking of summoning her to my quarters.
Okay, who would you send then?
Fergrim.
Fergrim, alright. Viola?
In the quarters I have been sleeping in.
Oh, yeah.
You down here?
Always.
Alright. Wesley'd like to have a chat. Sorry, Captain Stormsong would like to have a chat.
Thanks, Fergrim. I'll be on my way.
Alright. You want some wine?
Hold that thought.
How?
Never mind. Go at it, Pilgrim.
Hey.
Okay, and she's going to put the book aside and
Yep.
enter the captain's quarters, I'm assuming.
Yep. You note your position on how to cook Kraken cassoulet and make your way.
Just getting to the
Small
delicious
thing, wasn't
part.
the captain's quarter where I was sleeping because no other bed would fit me?
No, you can get into a hammock.
Well, so you're
Right,
not
fair
sleeping
enough.
all day. You might be out doing things.
Yeah. Besides, this is a daytime thing, so you wouldn't be sleeping in there during the day, would you? Yeah, you're outside praying to Foltus and cleaning Gleam and doing other things that require something of great height and strength.
I'm gonna.
Yep. Wesley, you hear a knock on the door. You're currently
Enter.
plotting the route. So you've got your sextant out and you're just plotting with your calipers along the way to Hakan. You're getting to the point where you're just about to transition into the current. So you're aware there's going to be a bit of a jolt on the ship when that occurs.
Excitement.
Yes, as Violet, you turn the handle, you can see Wesley poring over a map.
She's going to raise her eyebrows as a permission to enter. Kind of question.
Violet.
Okay, I take it as yes.
I-
And I close the door behind me.
Could I see your compass again?
Why?
To check if we're still on course, of course.
I don't believe you can see it. Only I can.
Can ye discern your position on the map? Can ye discern the heading?
I will tell you where it approximately points to, and I'm gonna steal a look at the compass.
Yeah, it's still pretty heavily pointing eastwards.
Just straight up east.
Straight up east.
Can I paint an area on the map where the approx location might be?
You think if you borrowed an actual compass from Wesley, you might be able to do that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say, can I have your compass then?
Wesley will slide one over.
And
Okay.
I'm gonna take both and compare.
Alrighty. So as you do that, we once again briefly turn to the stream map as a map appears. Judging by Wesley's drawings, you believe yourself to be at this location here.
Okay.
Now, you note on the map that his map has got this swirling current, which it looks like you're about to enter sort of... It follows a bit of an intricate sort of route, dipping in and out and moving along these lines, so it's not a fully straight one, but you seem to believe you're about to enter it soon. Now, when you align the compass so that the Wesley's compass points north, as such, at that point, your compass appears to be pointing in this direction.
What?
That's east.
Oh, I thought it's on delay, so I was like, no, I'm not going home.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I missed it.
Okay, so she will say it's definitely eastwards. I can only tell you the direction because I cannot tell the distance. But I can definitely tell you it's eastwards. And the furthest anyone has ever been, as far as I'm concerned, is Hagan, right?
Even from here, with Wesley, if you take over and sort of use her notations on the map, you believe that based on the angle, like the first place of land that will intersect is effectively here. So the line from your current position to where she believes the first place of land that will intersect is where that dot is.
All right. That is near Port Town, isn't it?
It is near Port Town of Hakan.
Okay.
Yep. Right. Okay. And
Is there anything else?
Yes. I would like to remind ye that you're a passenger.
I believe I had to remind you all the time, so this is good to get one back.
Never again kill any of my crew.
Even if they threaten your life?
Never again.
So you're saying if they hold a knife to your throat, I should just ignore your pleas for help?
If that's what it takes for you to stop killing them, yes.
Gladly, Wesley. Is that
What
all?
is this thumping we're hearing?
Yeah, sorry, Sonny, you're
Sorry,
getting a bit of a flicking
that's me,
noise.
that's me. Sorry.
Well, is it something Violet's doing out of interest, or?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Like a bit of a tick. She might be annoyed.
Yes, that is the sound of her eyebrows narrowing. They make that noise.
No, I was cracking my knuckles.
Oh, okay, that's a very violent thing to do then, yeah.
Yes.
Just,
Yeah, precisely. Is that all then?
You may go.
Of course I may, am the passenger. And she's going to accept.
is anyone else predicting a sort of RoboCop situation where a crew member's threatening Wesley, Violet's there, and Wesley just goes, "You're fired!" And then all of a sudden Violet's like, "Thank you," and just blows his head off.
That might be how it goes down.
Oh dear. Okay. Ooh. Wesley's putting on his big boy shoes. Now that's an interesting one. Okay. Alrighty. So again, Violet, do you do anything after that, Violet, or just return to your
I
studies?
return to my book and I start reading not the cooking one, but the other one.
Okay, fair enough then.
Okay.
Kraken Castle A is now replaced by Orcas and How to Destroy Them.
Much better.
All right. Okay. Next on the list, let's go Talon and Wesley. Why not?
Okay. Talon will probably rock on and knock on the captain's door. He knows captain's there.
So this is not directly after Violet's left. It's at some other
Okay.
I'm
point
assuming
during.
not.
Yeah.
It certainly won't be going, "Oh, Violet's just gone and seen the captain."
Oh, there's a row of people outside my door. Ah!
Yes, but
there's some-
you rap upon the captain's door.
Yep.
Hi, who's there?
It's Talon.
Ah, enter.
And Talon will step in and close the door behind him. I have a rather unusual. Well, first of all, I just wanted to have a quick chat with you, Captain. We haven't really had an opportunity.
Hi. That'd be true.
Well-
How's the sea treating ye?
Much better now that we're underway. I was very unwell earlier.
As
With
Wesley
hard to
has
miss.
flashbacks of the pools of purple vomit decorating the sea.
Lovely. Yes, so actual purpose of my visit right now concerns when we arrive in Hakan, because I believe it is part of the Alliance, is that correct?
It is, right?
Yes, it's actually one of the
that's true.
5 unfallen, the 5 nations that did not fall to the Empire. So it's quite an impressive part of the Alliance in that sort of way.
And that also concerns the gauntlets. He'll sort of point at the one that Wesley is wearing.
The go. Oh, right. What?
First of all, I wanted to know your story about why you wear one. You obviously have Arcanist abilities, but how did you come by it? You obviously have spent most of your life sailing abroad, and not in the Alliance itself.
Well, when I decided to leave the vessel, I also decided to get this here gauntlet, so I could not be restrained by so I would not be restricted by my travels. Well, in my travels, so to say.
I see. So you willingly took on the gauntlet to travel the Alliance without upsetting them, basically.
Aye, that'd be true.
Okay. That...
Why do ye ask?
Because I am trying to decide if I ought to also take up a gauntlet when we arrive in... Hang on.
If it is true that if ye were to show... Wait. Ye cast arcane magic?
That is what I'm unsure of. I seem to... Well, a lot of what I do seems to be in line with what Beric is capable of, but I'm not sure.
Could you sit down for like 10 minutes?
Yes, of course.
And I wish to cast detect magic.
Okay, as a ritual, I take it.
Yeah.
Yep, you move over and you cast detect magic, and yeah, he read. Well, let's see. What are you trying to find out with your detect magic?
If he's indeed got arcane magic in him, or if there's any school of magic
You can do that on
specific
people?
within him.
I don't think you can.
And
That's why
maybe
I'm
to
checking.
also discern what kind of arcane caster he is, if he is.
I don't think you can find that out with a detect
No.
magic. I'm not even
You
sure.
can find out at school.
Maybe identify would do it?
Well, no, identify specifically magical items. To be honest, I'm not even sure that detect magic. Here's the thing. I'm not even sure that detect magic will actually reveal to a person if. So, sense the presence of magic within 30 feet. Sense magic in this way. You can see a faint aura around any visible creature or object that bears magic, and you learn its school of magic, if any. Okay.
Bears meaning objects, probably.
I've always understood that detect... Sorry, I've always understood that detect magic will reveal somebody capable of magic casting.
Yeah.
And
actually, I'll ask Talon. Talon, could you demonstrate your one of your abilities?
Okay. Right. Well, let me just... Sorry, just having a quick look at his spells to see which one of them isn't going to set fire to his cabin.
Well, we can go to the back of the ship.
Well, no, there's some things he can do. So...
Okay, so what I'll say is this. Yeah, detect magic, I'll say that it does actually detect, people that are magic, but I'm not going to say it allows you to identify, their class. That's a bit too powerful.
No, that's fair.
But yes, if you are using detect magic and he casts a mystical spell, then I will say that you can attempt to detect the magic of that spell, but it will require an Arcana check because it's happening instantaneously rather than
Fair.
Okay. Well, considering that he's sitting down and actually wants to study this, Talon is going to... Well, first of all, because we're traveling, I'll use an actual spell slot on this. He is going to fairy fire Wesley, and if asked for more, he can also do a light spell on probably on the Riven Rock itself, as he typically does. But yes, fairy fire on Wesley.
Okay. So Wesley, well, first of all, I guess, do you wanna accept this thing that's hitting you, or are you gonna try and save from it?
I'll assume it's benign, so I'll let it happen.
Yeah,
well, I mean, people will get advantages to actually attack you while this is running, but Talon is not going to be doing that. But no, it just outlines you in very bright violet light.
Yeah.
What? I'm there?
Yes. So yes, indeed, you are shining with this light, and you what you cast it. Give me an Arcana check.
10.
10. Okay, not too hard to tell. This is especially because it's still working on you. This is an evocation spell. But that doesn't really tell you if it's an Arcanist or if he's an Arcanist or a Divine Caster, because it just tells you the spells from the School of Evocation. Although, tell you what, give me another Arcana check.
25.
Right, as you're sort of glancing at it, you then note the rock which he is holding. That is a magical object.
Where did he get that? And Wesley will point at the rock.
Right, Tyler will sort of hold it out to him and say, this was a piece of rock that was at the point I was delivered to Kozech. I think it hit me on the head. He'll sort of touch the scar across his forehead, which, oddly enough, rather well matches the crack across this stone that he's holding. It's got golden light pouring out of it, just a little bit at the moment. But you've probably seen him cast a light spell, and all of the light just pours out of the crack. But it helps me concentrate. It helps me with my abilities. It was important. I took it with me. I don't know why it's important. I just knew that it was.
Talon, we may have more in common than you think.
How do you mean, Wesley?
Wesley will reach to his hip and reveal the sword handle.
I've seen you use that before.
Aye. This here was found along with me on a shipwreck.
Interesting. But you speak of your father, you know where you've come from.
I speak of me dad. He's my adoptive father.
Oh.
I actually have no idea where I come from.
It's like Charsha. I see. Then yes, we may well have at least that much in common.
So now I travel the world trying to figure out where I come from, if I still have blood-related family who is alive.
Well, my origins were protected from me for what I trust is a very good reason. The only family I have are in Kozech, and I mean to return to them one day to see how I can help them. But I'm not in the state that I was when I left. Just not strong enough.
Admirable. I hope you succeed.
Will be a long road yet. But thank you, Wesley. You have been very helpful.
Can ye keep a secret?
Of course. For what purpose? I'll end the spell on Wesley, by the way. Concentration, so I'll end that.
He looks suddenly a lot more distinguished when he's not glowing violet.
It's also not quite as punchable. But never
Wesley
mind.
will place a hand on his gauntlet
Mm-hmm.
and he'll remove it.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. The metal itself is so well made, you can't even really see the split line. But with an almost practiced air, as if he's had to do this before, Wesley seems to just depress a small section of the gauntlet and move it to the side, and there is a metallic snapping noise, and the gauntlet disconnects from his wrist.
Okay, I don't think we can do that.
I'm not there, so I don't know this, but they're not supposed to do that.
Gauntlets are not supposed to do that, no. If they're real.
Okay. Talon's eyes will go wide. You managed to remove yours.
It's not real.
I see.
If ye so choose to have a gauntlet attached to ye, it's going to restrain you in some fashion.
That's
I like
not-
my freedom. I do not intend to attack Templars or guards or anyone really that's not evil or a slave or but I also don't like to be at the bidding of others, if you understand.
Do understand. But my understanding in conversation with Gromdar is the purpose of the gauntlets are only really employed when those makers of those gauntlets are attacked direct. But
that's what a Templar would say.
But you speak as though they limit your power in some fashion.
Do they?
It'd be more correct to say they limit your options.
Yeah.
Also, there's a tax on them.
Also, they what?
There's a tax on them.
Oh.
Axe?
Yeah, anytime you cast an arcane spell. So with a real gauntlet, anytime you cast an arcane spell, it notes it, and you have to go and pay the cost for casting the arcane spells when you get to an arcane collector.
I will tell these things to Talon.
Okay, that will shift opinion a bit.
What I'm saying.
Well, okay. Did they cost you gold? What?
What I'm saying, Talon, is this may be an option for you as well. And Wesley will gesture at the fake gauntlet.
But where would you get such a thing?
I may know a few places.
I see. Well, I will speak of it to no one.
Thank you.
You have given me much to think on.
And Wesley will reattach the gauntlet.
Yep, and once it snaps back in place, again, it looks like a seamless piece of metal.
I was impressed, and then sort of give them a nod, and we'll leave and let Wesley return to his duties.
Okay, so I guess you depart with new thoughts in your mind.
Yep.
And Gromdar, somewhere in the hold, goes, "Something happened, and I don't know what it is."
I sense a great disturbance.
I sense a disturbance in the horse.
Free mage to oppress.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay.
Monitor is the term. Monitor.
Right. I think that just leaves Beric and Gromdar if you want to have that chat. But you guys?
I think I'm fine for now.
Okay. That's fair enough.
Fair enough.
All right.
Like
We're going to spread more slander.
Helen really needs to look violent now.
What's slander?
Just a difference of opinion at this point. Okay. So yes,
Everything I said was true and just.
Well, you continue having your discussions, and as you go along, those of you that wish to can start learning basic shipcraft skills that you know, sort of how to rig the vessel, how to trim the sails, basic helmsmanship, and those sorts of things.
Yep, definitely end on that.
And indeed, those of you without martial skills may also want to learn about how to use the great ballistae, which are in the ship, as opposed to cannons. They have ballistae. Yes.
Well, don't use any of the ammo. Those are expensive.
Quite expensive, yes. But yes, as you continue down, and there is a moment when you transition into the current, and abruptly then, it's actually quite interesting, because as you travel on the current, there are indeed sections where Wesley and Thurgrim indicate for the sails to be fully reefed, simply because the wind is blowing in the wrong direction, and the current itself is able to carry you, even though you have no sails. It's an odd experience as you travel onwards, watching the wind blowing in the wrong direction and yourselves hurtling towards the east. Those of you keeping track with your compass, Violet, you see it sort of still pointing in that direction, but you get the sensation of your approach ever forwards. Until towards the end of the third day, you know, the sun is just tilting towards the afternoon, and according to Wesley's mapping, you're just about entering the patch of water below Tillerswood. God, it's still calling like it's leaking.
Stop it.
Can I have from
Tillerswood
everyone a perception check, please?
You can indeed.
Oh no, the aquatic encounter table.
16.
6.
18.
Perception roll is 22.
Wait, it's not night, is it?
No, it's not like.
Thank God.
It's late afternoon. Okay, and as you're looking out in this late afternoon,
oh no!
Just realised there's something I was wanting to do, but I'll do that later.
Talon and Gromdar, the two of you notice that next to the water of the ship, there is some bubbling.
That's probably not good.
And as you watch this bubbling occur,
I don't know.
abruptly breaching the surface, there is a shark. A large shark. Riding astride of which is a creature with blood red eyes and green skin.
Red eyes and green skin.
Sea elf?
Goblin.
No, sea elves have got blue skin. They have webbed hands and webbed faces. Sort of like coming out of their webbed appendage coming out of their face. And
It's the creature of the Blue Lagoon.
perhaps. But what do you guys do? You're the ones who are seeing this.
Well, first of all, has Talon seen anything like this in Kazakh before?
It came out of the water. You've never even seen water before. You're like, what the fuck is this? I mean, the shark alone is like, bugger me!
Yeah,
The ocean kicked the door
those
in.
things are gonna yell out as everyone, we have company.
Yeah, and Talon's just basically just going this.
But Wesley will
Off in the
Wesley
web.
hears this, he will ring the alarm bell.
Yep, you ring the bell.
Ding ding ding.
You beat to quarters, and you start seeing people, marshalling up. The weapons crate is brought out and opened, and as sailors begin gathering their weapons,
Well, Talon's sort of waving his arms and going, hang on a minute! Are they even attacking us?
Can Violet take a look and see if it's something she encountered in the book so far?
Certainly. So, anybody who wants to try and identify this creature can make an intelligence check. Wesley and Violet get advantage.
Yay,
Only the
knowledge!
people that saw it, or also me?
I'm not even going to roll.
18!
23.
4!
Barrick, you're fairly confident that's a goldfish.
It's a sea goblin.
17.
17. Wow. Okay, yeah, so basically everyone apart from Beric, Violet, you've seen this in your book. Wesley, you've heard stories about this, you're well aware. And Gromdar, you've seen identifications of this in again, some of your Templaric training manuals. This is a Saguan, also known as a sea devil.
Well,
Oh,
Alan
it's
is
a
shouting
goblin.
hello at it.
Yeah, that's a good start.
It
We
looks
don't know why
at
it's
you
here.
and sort of goes,
Right,
What language
okay.
is that?
yep. And then
Sea devil.
with a practiced air, it leaps up and lands sort of perched on the bow. And with a guttural voice, you can tell this thing is not used to speaking the common tongue. It looks and goes,
Wesley will step forward. I be Captain Stormsong. What's your business here?
you in territory of Devil Clan.
It's open water.
Last I checked, the sea belonged to everyone.
You check wrong, landman. Your boat of wood and cloth is no match us. Give tribute or join bottom water.
What tribute are we speaking of?
Gold. Gems. It sort of glances around for a couple seconds and let's roll the die of who's he gonna pick on. Oh my,
dear.
that's funny. And he points at Talon and goes, that one too. We hungry.
He's skin and bones. Take the big one.
Is Violet actually saying that?
Yes.
Okay. then it's like, then they point it back. Fine, we take that one as well.
Okay.
Violet!
okay.
We are not they are not taking anyone.
No, you are not.
Again, this group just sort of doesn't get my jokes. Says Violet as she prepares to fight.
Yeah. You know, give tribute.
If it was just gold, we might, but the moment you demanded one of our crew...
He can have gold, but he will not take any of my crew.
You can try to persuade him or intimidate him.
Persuade.
Are you really going to pay off this monster?
Yeah, persuade.
Okay. And just checking, is Talon actually saying, are you really going to pay off this monster out loud?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
Four.
Ooh, and that's funny. Good lord.
This creature just admitted to eating people. Talon is not having that.
So this creature is fine threatening the crew, but I can't do it?
You want to join the clan?
I might after this.
How much gold do you have?
Wesley
350.
will reach in his pouch and take out 3 gold bars and toss them towards the creature, but not at him.
He looks as the gold bars down on the ground and goes, why so poor? Is this all?
Aye, afraid we've only recently begun sailing.
That's going to be a deception check, Sunshine.
20.
So how big is this clan of yours?
100 strong.
Do I believe him?
Yeah, I was going to say insight roll on that.
A couple of insight rolls from you guys. It looks at you. How poor. You not worth not enough gold. We take all gestures at like 4 members of the crew now. All these.
No, Talon is not having that.
Me neither.
No, Violet neither.
Yeah, you, Violet and Talon, you're actually both pretty convinced that this guy's lying.
Yeah.
Hey, Wesley will step forward. Tell you what, I also have
Like
this
Talon's
here.
doing something now.
And when he thinks he's close enough to go for it, he'll pull out his sword handle and he'll charge at the thing.
Well,
Okay, so
Talon is doing a punch at this point.
Okay, so you're both trying to attack.
Yep.
Okay, now, as you know, my philosophy on that, because Talon's doing it openly, and he's also going to be quicker off the draw than you sort of try to do your whole bamboozle, he's basically the initiating action that is triggering it.
Only one can do it, because I also said that I'm attacking.
Yeah, no, so basically what I'm saying is we're going to have to roll initiative, as it were. So, but effectively, you can... So, get everybody roll initiative. We'll start there.
Like the joke.
Including Gromdar and Beric, yes. Everybody roll initiative.
Where's Violet?
Nice.
Why
Natural
should I
20.
go there?
I don't know.
And I still have more than you.
You're all the way over there, to the left.
Yeah.
Oh, frig.
I guess I'm observing.
Well,
Okay, alrighty. And this creature gets a... Huh, interesting. Alrighty. So this is going to be... Don't worry, this is not going to turn into a big combat to solve before you guys start getting worried. But yes, so effectively, Wesley, you were sort of making your way up, and then effectively the initiating action was you saw Talon form an arcane sigil, which indicates he's going for a punch. You're, however, quicker off the draw, so if you want to try and stab it, then that is your prerogative.
Yep. I will, as a bonus action, start blade singing.
Okay.
I will put it here. And I will charge at him with my magical rapier.
Okay. Okay.
Is Whis quiet for anyone else?
Am I?
Go
Not
back to
anymore.
the
He's not.
not really.
No.
Sorry.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry.
Make an attack roll.
Nope. Hold on. Cancel. Let's click. There we go. Oh my god, 10.
Yeah. So you're trying to get it, and the creature is just slippery. You start to dance, and it sort of dodges to the upwards and grasps a hold of a length of rope. Gromdar, you were remaining somewhat silent during the initial interrogation, but as you saw battle commence, your Templaric instincts take over, and you are prepared.
Okay, the creature's still standing.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to shift to my Jaguar form and do a pounce on the thing with the hammer to the head.
Okay. Bear in mind, if you miss this pounce, you will fall in the water.
Will I?
Well, you're jumping at him. He's standing on the side of the vessel. It's sort of... I'm letting you know your environmental issues.
We don't have a Tailspire map for this?
Again,
It's
give me a
fine.
second.
We don't need it.
This
It's
is
fine.
not necessarily the moment.
Do I take that? Actually, no, I do not want to fall in the water. I'll just do a charge instead.
Okay, so you move forward to move to attack him, so give him a regular old swing.
Yep. See, if that amount of pounds, I'd be in the sink by now.
Yes, you would be. That would be quite bad. Yep, so again, you move forwards, but this guy is just moving swiftly. And indeed, as it rolls around to his turn, sorry, Talon, he beat you on initiative order.
Yeah, that's fair.
He backflips off and bellows, Grimskaga will have your heads. Lands on the shark.
Does that count as a movement action?
Oh, yes, you two can get attacks of opportunity. No, actually, he's disengaging. My bad. So no attacks of opportunity.
Damn it.
Sorry, Violet, what were you saying?
No, I was gonna ask if we are allowed to take any reactions, because he's clearly gonna bring more people.
Depends on what the reaction is.
That's the thing. It needs to indicate that it's a reaction, right, in the spell.
I'm afraid so.
So, yeah, nothing.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, and as he disengages and lands on the shark and yells, "Grim Skaga will hear of this," and descends beneath the waves, there's a moment of peace and calm. Time begins to tick.
Can we use that to take an action?
What do you? So it's a bit narrative at the moment, but what are your plans in terms of? Okay, I'll go around the table and just go what the plans are.
I would say full speed, right?
Okay. Okay, all right. I'll start with Wesley because Wiz obviously has something in mind. What did you have in mind, Wesley?
Okay.
I wish to cast Expeditious Retreat.
Okay, just pop that up and let me note that.
Yeah. It's a bonus action.
Okay, yep, you cast Expeditious Retreat. Okay. Mol, are you doing? Sorry, Gromdor, are you doing anything?
What will I be doing? Probably pacing around the boat edge, just like keeping watch to see where the line of attack is coming from.
Okay, moving around trying to find the thing. Talon?
Probably doing very similar to Gromdar, checking both sides of the ship because he doesn't know which side this thing's going to resurface on.
Okay.
Actually, here's the thing. It might be counteracted, but maybe someone should watch the decks below. They might be trying to attack the hull directly, and we need to know if so.
You can send down some of the crew there if you want to.
Yes.
Yeah, send them to come running up if something starts hammering on the hull.
Okay, who are you sending? Pytar, Thomas, Secundus, Blau?
Pyfar and Fergus.
Pytar and Fergus, okay. You're doing that. Barrick, what about yourself?
I think I'm gonna get my my sword and shield ready and join the fray.
Okay, so you start moving towards getting your sword and shield ready. Violet, what about yourself?
She's going to yell at Wesley, "You're not giving full speed? He's gonna bring more." And she's going to also basically patrol the sides of the ship to make sure she sees them first, if it's possible.
Okay.
Can we go faster? Yeah, do we have favorable wind?
Make me a seamanship roll to see if you can increase the speed.
I'll cast favorable wind. Oh wait, I can't do that.
Engage the rocket boat.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Make me a seamanship roll. Pilot water vehicle.
Dexterity based.
Yeah. Or no, yeah.
Do we have enough cola to go faster?
You think
40.
You're traveling at probably about you're in the current, so the thing is you are traveling roughly the speed you can travel at. Yes, and after let's make a quick roll on this. Oh wow. So after about a minute or so goes by, you're looking around, and then none of you really need to roll for this. All of the water around the vessel begins to boil.
Yeah.
Yep, a rip.
Yep. And that's where we'll start off next session.
God damn it.
God damn it, I knew it. I mean, it's about as long as I said I was willing to play, so fair enough, but that's
Yes,
a
it's
clip
your
and a half.
Yeah.
This will also be going into the list.
Well,
List of grudges.
I'm used to the list. But yes, as all
Mostly
as all of you are traveling on this sea vessel, then indeed the water begins to boil, and I suppose next week you have to find out exactly what it is you're fighting against.
That's the problem.
The
It's not
question is,
next week, it's in 2 weeks.
Next session, sorry.
The real question is, did we level up?
Yes, you did level up. So
Wow.
you're able
Yes!
to hit level 4 just before the fight kicks
Started
off
level
next week.
4.
Okay, can I say one thing about Talon's level up, because it would be very, very obvious to everybody? His eyes are now golden alight.
Always.
Well then.
Always. He now has dark vision.
Nice.
I
Nice.
wonder why.
Wonder why.
All right.
I wonder how.
Nothing but a heartache.
That's not what I was thinking, but okay.
No, but that was what I was singing, and I started, so.
Yes, but
As soon as I hit the level up, he was going to shuffle his invocation.
that's
So-
fair enough. And yes,
That's a good invocation.
I'd like to thank everybody who's watched through this entire session. It's I
thank
hope
you,
had a good
everyone.
time.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Yep.
Thank
Not too much action, but a heck of a lot of backstory and revelations coming up, and
Yeah.
our
Yep.
party starting to reveal interesting facts about themselves. Facts that I'm sure other members of the party wish they did know about, even and unfortunately they don't. And yes, we will be back in 2 weeks' time, where we can find out if this is going to be a Sagwan adventure.
Uh-huh.
That green.
So
We're gonna lose the ship, aren't we?
well,
It's
that
up to
depends
you.
on you guys, really. I mean, the one disadvantage you have with fighting aquatic creatures is they don't tend to mind if the boat sinks.
Yes.
But again, they have to fight fairly.
No, they don't. And by that logic, neither do you. So, it's all fair.